remember, left off on the controller, right? The controller rotate. Technically setting the attention should not do so. So for the advantages, yes. Okay. Started, cancel, completed. And as I drag that out, I realize is an event the right way to do this? I feel like an event's not the right way to do this, but I'm not sure. I could just push the value right into the character controller. Movement input. Right, left, forward, backwards. Camera. Yeah. So third, well, I guess third-person character actually would mean that would be a third-person controller, so it kind of makes sense. I suppose what I could do I don't know, I don't think it's a good idea, but I can't think of something better. So let's rotate. I'm gonna make this a full-on. I guess it wouldn't be a vector, be a rotator. Oh, no, because then I would have to combine everything and... Yeah, I would rather... I'd rather keep this as a float. Might make sense later, but... So if both triggered and started run, then it's going to double hit. I don't think... No, yeah, because canceled and completed should be... No, I'm not sure. Alright, we're just going to go ahead and do that for the moment. Now, here, we have to set up another event listener. And toggle. Request.
Need medic. I'm annoyed that this doesn't update, and I don't understand why it doesn't. I think if I do that, that's not what I want. So arguably, even move forward. Camera look, I think, can stay on this. But yeah, this movement, even this arguably doesn't belong here. Sort of. Hmm.
removing some more short sound bits. It keeps finding. There we go. Furlop, hey! It's very good to see you. I hope you're doing okay. You sell pets bits. Also... Oh. Face rig's not loaded. Hi, Furlop. There we go. So I changed a lot of this. Movement type. That's from that. This is the weight coming in. That's what that was. It goes there. This goes here. So then, the actor, set actor rotation. I think that should get our rotation working again. I think. I'm not sure on that one. We'll test it. Oh, clearly we failed. Character reference. Oh. This is the characters. This should just be self. But do I need self? What compile? What's it show? Yeah, I don't need self because it is self. That makes that easier. Alright, now I know I need to turn off all of these. Okay, so the animation's trying, but our actual rotation is failing. This is supposed to be moved. Set actor rotation. Weight times delta. To set that to this. Okay. Set actor rotation. This plus this to do that. That's weird. So it's clearly trying. That rotated for other reasons. Set actor rotation was to. Strange. So the value's coming in, and we are making it over to the set actor rotation, but it's not actually setting the rotation. I don't know why. Okay, what am I missing? Oh! I'm not missing anything. Asterisks. Okay. I see what the problem is. So ongoing is still... is not actually firing like how I thought it would be. Interesting. So... oh, right, I need to turn all these off. There we go. Zero turn in place! Ooh, I go this way, and then I go that way. Alright. Okay, let me change our controller type. Okay. Switch back to A. Now if I turn this on, it's kind of not super happy. It's like fighting with the controller. Turn this. Well, that's just a matter of I need to update that rotation speed. Yeah, this is really bad. I don't I don't like that at all, because I can literally just be like, yeah, I'm gonna face this way and that way and that way. So I don't like that at all. Interesting. I'm not sure what the animation is playing when he starts to fall. Because I didn't set up a fall animation, but that's kind of adorable. Like, but it's not accurate. Interesting. Okay. So I am quite convinced that this is definitely not the way that this is supposed to be done. But for now, it's what I have. We'll figure out a better way to do it later. Whoa. That's cool. I don't know why you're snapping like that. I wish I knew how to do that intentionally. I don't think I need you. That should be good enough for now. This speed right here. This needs to change based on various conditions, but for the moment we are going to let it be. I may have just made a realization mistake. A character is a type of pawn that includes the ability to walk around. A pawn is an actor that can be possessed and receive input from a controller. Oh, no, okay. So I did do that right. Controlling a pawn. Wait, so... Okay, now I am confused. Did I botch something up? So when it says it has the ability to walk around, I would think that that would still be even just an AI, like a bot or whatever. But if a character is only ever meant to be a player, then that doesn't seem... Which one can do more than the last? I understand the hierarchy, that's not what I'm after.
pawn is an object that can move and perform actions. A character's movement can use character movement component. Oh, like it's literally character as character movement component. Okay. Okay, so a character doesn't have anything to do with the player. That's the distinction that I needed to be clear on. So I think I did still separate this in a somewhat reasonable manner. Although, this still needed to separate out. That's just debug stuff. These are triggers. Camera look makes sense to remain in our third-person controller. I do need to move that movement out. This is setting up our default flip-flops and actually responding to the triggers. Think. What do I want to work on next? What is the next step here? There's so many different things I want to play with this controller. But I'm really hoping that I can somehow still get the actual asset. I'm struggling to do that from the Unreal. I have the Unity version, but getting the Unreal version is proving a little difficult. So I don't want to spend too much more on this in case there's something that'll make it a little bit easier later. So I might dabble with something a little different. Maybe I'll work on UI. I do need to learn how to set that up, and being able to toggle these settings without hotkeys and just go in and really see the different settings would help. So even just from a debug standpoint, that could be very convenient. Maybe I'll chew on the UI. Let's see, do we have a UI tutorial we could run through? So perhaps one that I haven't done yet. Let's see, we're going to knowledge base for beginners. Just for kicks, let's only do learning paths just to see. I do that one.
Tackle bombs with learning path. First hour, first chance, stack a bot, build first person controller from scratch. Iris, yeah, okay, I have that one. Installing guided tour nanite. Have to be light rolls, meta sound. Actually, let's do courses first. 32 results, let's see. Ooh, learning agents. Oh, I want to play with that, but not yet. Light, render graph. Lumen. Content creation. Nanite. Cinematography. I don't feel like there's one there. Part of what I'm missing is I remember somebody saying, hey, when you get to UI, use this tool. Don't remember what the tool was. I thought I wrote it down, but I can't find it in my notes. To another tutorial. Common UI, maybe it was that. Maybe it was just that. But, imagine that I can't just do this easily because the UI is going to be in a lot of stuff like build. Oh, it did filter down a lot though. Mer pets the furlap, petting the badger, pets veggie. Hi Mer, I hope you're feeling better. Enter show certification. User toolbox. I wonder if that's UI stuff. Praise. Nice button. The material builder with UI materials. Charter nodes. Nice, bro. Introduction to common UI. This is a live stream. It's not particularly what I want, because this would just be I'm just sitting there watching it. User toolbox. Is this an editor thing? So I do remember that one of the tutorials
vaguely touched a tiny little bit on UI. So I might need to go back and review that tutorial. It's one of the most fundamental finish if you guess UI, even though it's there's a lot of questions around some of the best ways to create and implement it. So like discussing. Jesus. Oh, okay. For a second, I thought that was like a 4-hour. Oh, still, it's not. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yeah. So this is just. I'm pretty sure this is not any sort of tutorial.
So now that is our input data at controller layout screen. I could use this. Right. One.
Yeah, they're just
go ahead
doing
and
stuff
use
and exampling things. So
is you should make.
I'm not gonna spend 2.5 hours just watching a video while streaming. So I'll find something else. I don't find the tutorial that went over that. I think I know which one it was. It was. Not here, is what I think it was. I could find it with this faster. So I know it was one of the learning paths. I do believe it was this one. Might have been this one. Tutorial React stream, oh boy, yeah, right? It's not even a tutorial, it's just a live stream, so. Show first project for level visuals. I don't think this is what I want.
How much of a bloom we can see this a little
yeah,
better.
that's not what I'm
is
after.
Unreal Engine 5 has introduced Lumen, or a to our third-person character. Settings if it's we can right-click. It looks
somewhere.
move right. Give our window focus, and we can now use the arrow keys to move our character around.
Oh, I haven't done this tutorial. This is different. This is not the tutorial I went through.
You'll notice the jump key works because jump was still bound correctly. It was the same name in both projects. Our mouse.
Okay, what is? Because it was this project, but what was it? Oh, okay. I haven't gone through this tutorial because this is the. Yeah, okay. This was the your first hour in 5.0, and I did the your first hour in 5.2, which used a different thing. Okay. So that's a dated one, that's why I haven't done that. But where's the other one that I actually did? Is it this? First game.
On a 4 pressure plate.
No, wasn't that one. Yeah, it's none of these. It's not that. It's not that. Dude, I don't remember where it was. Okay, maybe it wasn't the learning path. For beginners, still checked. Hour of code, build your own 3D game. Is it this one? This doesn't look familiar. Heads-up display.
Everything that we're
Oh, this is like they're... Okay, these are each an hour long. Yeah, this is not what I did. Where's the thing that I did? Oh, let me go back to my notes, see if I can figure it out. So... hello? Thank you. First hour was... Yeah, it's not that one. That's the StackObot. Third person control. It wasn't that one. Blueprint communication overview? I don't think it was that one. Oh, maybe it was.
Oh, let's go. Except true or false. We can use this to do a simple path register. When basic idea goal. Keep in mind, does not mean.
Okay, it was this one. Print interface casting public variables. Yeah. So which one of these is the one that talks about the UI?
Going back into our VPQ, all of the collectible, and nothing's happening. We in collectibles register when we watch.
There we
do a
go.
new parameter. We'll call this one the count.
Okay.
It's an in whenever it is happen. Let's go ahead and compile and save, and then test again. And after 1 second, it's looking something else. So let's go to collectibles are now registering properly, and when we collect them, it's going to go ahead and go down. Now this is good and all, but we still need to be able to actually hook in something else. So let's go to our user interface, go back to our map. In the UMG folder, I have UMG_player UI. Now if we go ahead and take a look at this,
This is what I was looking for.
it's fairly simple. We have some text showing us the collectibles left, and inside of our graph, we have nothing. We want to update this variable whenever we have something collected in the game mode. So we will register and listen in.
Graph.
Grab our variable and get it. We're going to go ahead and call it set text.
UMG.
We're going to set text. Now we want this text to be set whenever a collectible is updated, and that's in our game mode. So let's go ahead and get the game mode. We'll go ahead and cast that to our correct one. And then we want whenever the collectible update is called to trigger the set text. We can call that event directly, but that's not what we want. We want to listen in whenever it is triggered. So this is where our assign or our bind is set up. So let's go ahead and assign. You'll see it's gone ahead and created our bind event and our event that's going to be called. We'll go ahead and move this over and hook this up to our set text. Clean this up a little bit. Go back to the beginning and type in construct. And whenever this widget is now created, it's going to go ahead and bind itself to the collectible count updated, and then we'll update the text. Now, where are we going to get that information from? This is an issue. We have no way of updating this variable. The variable is inside of our game mode. Well, it's not that hard. We'll go back to our event dispatcher, and we'll go ahead and add in a new variable. At the top, under inputs, we can do a new parameter. We'll call this one the count. It's going to be an integer type. And we'll go ahead and compile and save so the signature is updated. And now whenever we use our collectible count updated, whenever we call it, so our two events here, we can go ahead and pass along the new value. We can hook it up from our decrement and increment or just drag in our variable. And now the count will be passed along. We'll go back to our user interface. Inside of our event from our binding, you can now see it's updated with the count. We can drag this into the input text and let it convert. Let's go ahead and compile and save. We're still not actually adding that user interface to our screen. I'm going to go ahead and put it in the game mode to make it simple. After we have bound to this event here, we're going to go ahead and create and display our user interface. So we'll drag off and do create widget. Make sure we set it to our UMG player user interface, and then off the return value, add to viewport. Let's go ahead and compile and save, and then let's go back into our map and hit play. So it's 0 for a short amount of time in the bottom left, and then goes up to 3 as our collectibles register. When we walk over collectible, it updates itself appropriately to 2, and then 1, and then if we walk over the last one, we now have 0. Event dispatchers can be very helpful when you want to have items try and manage themselves, rather than having one place to handle it all. Imagine if you had one blueprint that handled all the code that needs to happen on every frame, rather than the way it is handled now, with the engine letting the individual objects handle their own tick event. Our next step is going to be implementing our final door, we're actually going to see how we'd implement it using all of our previous methods, and then you'll be introduced to one last way to find items and initiate communication.
Oh man. My body is just like, I'm like hardcore crashing all of a sudden. Oh, the song Savages from Pocahontas stuck in your head. When you get songs stuck in your head, you end up making up your own lyrics. They're nami noms, barely even edible, nami noms, drive them into our mouths. They're not like you and me, which means they must be edible. Oh, brain. Wait, what is this UMG player UI thing? I don't remember what that is. What a for an extending. So this would give me. Scene component, actor component. I don't think that's what I want. Is it something that I want under? No. How do they get the UMG player UI? Is it already something they already created? Yeah, it is. What is
in the UMG folder?
Widget blueprint. It is a widget blueprint. Okay. Widget blueprint. I don't know what MG is. Oh, manager. Visual widget, visual audio. I don't think it's any of these things. I think it's just. Oh, okay. Base class for elements in UMG. So UMG is something. Unreal. UMG, Unreal Motion Graphics Designer. Common UI. Unreal Motion Graphics, Unreal built-in UI system, use create interface system as you effects. Yep. I was just looking that up too. Thank you, Mert. Problems coming in. So, plugins. Common UI plugin. Repository for game independent UI elements. I'm pretty sure this is what someone had recommended. It's in beta version. Epic recommends using caution when shipping products with beta plugins. Beta plugins support backwards compatibility for us. It's advanced performance. Under the platform support shipping components. Yeah. It's probably fine. Let's restart. No problem. Yeah, sure. Okay. So is there any specific thing about common UI input action data table? Interesting. But let's see if anything came into here. No, it seems about the same.
No idea if this is the correct way to do things with common UI now. Hmm. Okay, so we have our starting UI layout. Device contents down, no device. Save sound set. Device. Screen size. Oh. Oh, big text. So I don't think just having that there is going to do anything, because I still have to like implement it somehow and do a thing. I don't remember if that video covered that.
I have UMG underscore player UI. Now, if we go ahead and take a look at this, it's fairly simple. We have some text showing us the collectibles left, and inside of our graph, we have nothing. We want to update this variable whenever we have something collected in the game mode. So we will register and listen in. Grab our variable, and it's in our. We'll go ahead and move. It's going to go ahead and divert itself to the collectible.
If I have to set the UI somewhere. Spectator, player state, game state, push a HUD class. HUD. What are you? You canvas. HUD. Base class of heads-up display. It says a canvas and a debug canvas in which primitives can be drawn. It also is listed simple hitboxes. Method for rendering. I have no bloody clue what I'm doing. Hey, look, I have a different HUD now. But this is an. That doesn't do anything. This is just a standard, like, your similar blueprint class. Alright. I think I gotta do a little bit of digging. Figure out how this works. UMG. Graph. Yeah, it's not going to be in here.
They didn't change their HUD. Player controller, game starter base, player state, spectators. The only thing is the default pawn changed. The game controller. Find. Hello. Create UMG player UI widget. Add to viewport. UMG player should add to viewport. Okay. Let's go here. Game mode override. Third person game mode. We're going to copy this actually. Cut this out of here and slap it down into there, which didn't work. Cool. Move that there, please. Okay. BP. Dragon's game mode. But I need to turn this into this. What do they do? Construct? Event begin play. I wonder why they didn't do it on the construct. Interesting. Create UMG player UI widget. Oh, wait. I said GMBB communication. Oh no, that's right. This is game mode override. Okay, why are you not available? Construct none. Creates a new widget. UMG player UI. Oh, okay. That's why. Because it's just literally, it's create a widget, and it's this title is what I had set there. Got it. Okay. Okay, so now we have game mode. Oh, we got test block. Okay. Now we're on to something. Input router, activatable widgets. Common UI quick start guide. That sounds great. Viewport input routing setup. This page provides a walkthrough how to set up common UI in your project. You'll learn about this guide. going to create input action data tables, which map controller buttons to actions within a UI. Default navigation actions, controller data assets. Okay. This all just navigating around the UI. At the moment, all I care about is point click. I just want to make sure default navigation actions set up. Common UI widgets. Okay. Parent class, common activatable widget test display. So do I need project settings, plugins, common UI framework menu? Project settings, plugins. Settings. Plugins. Common UI. Framework. Oh, I see what that's suggesting to. Okay. That's a cool little dragon, but I'm pretty sure that has nothing to do with me. What makes a dragon? I like the little dragon. Ah. Game session, game state, player controller. Ah, yes, this is where I would overwrite it for the game, and then what I was editing before was, I think, the level. Well, that's it, world. I don't know if. Okay. Anyway. That's the HUD class. This is the. Okay. So. Oh, look, common UI. Common UI plugin. Common action widget. Switcher, common border, plugin navigation, date, hardware visibility border. Lazy image, lazy. Carousels, common text. Cool. So I gotta figure out how to toggle UI interaction. let's see. So we've got image switcher, border, custom show, date, time, lazy image, text, rotator, visibility switcher. Huh. I guess that's the only things that Common has. I was thinking Common would have more input things. Or they put them under other stuff. I'm very confused. I don't quite understand Common UI yet, but we'll see. Let's do drop down first. Nope. Select. Key selector. Or what the heck do they call a drop down? Minor text. Alright, fine. We'll do checkboxes first. That I can't drag in. Neat. Widget can't have children. Cool. Well, clearly I'm misunderstanding something. Widget can't have children. I need to find a freaking tutorial on this. Maybe I need to look for not UI, but UMG. UMG for Slate. Positioning widgets on a candidate, last frame, hiding. For beginners. Tutorials or courses. With UMG. Oh, as soon as I put in that UMG filter, it just... Yeah, it doesn't care. It doesn't matter that all of it's... Interesting the way that this filtering works. Oh no, there we go. Building more robust and testable UIs using MVVM. Model view. Interesting. Is this a tutorial or a... What are you? Talks and demos. Okay, that's just going to be yeah, that's not... I'll watch that later, but... Implementing UI for level design. Maybe that. Your first hour in UMG. That looks great. This course you'll learn how to create basic user interface for the energy. Perfect. UMG.
My name is Matthew Wadstein, and welcome to your first hour with UMG. This course will enable you to create a full visual feedback loop that your player will be able to see and interact with using the Unreal Motion Graphics or UMG system. This is our sample-based project, and when I run it and move our character around the screen, we can see some feedback in the top left.
Hi, Matthew. Yes, hi.
When we take damage or gain health,
I've seen a number of tutorials that they've done, and a lot of them have been really great.
it lets us know what has happened, but then it quickly goes away. Same thing when we fire our weapon or pick up more ammo, we get some notification, but again, it's quick and it goes away. Right now, for example, we can't see our current health or ammo count unless we were to change it. Same thing when we end the level, it simply says you win. Once we have completed this course, we're going to end up with this project here. And we're going to go step by step. When we play our sample finished completed project, we now get a new menu and we can interact with it. And when we are back at our main level, you can see we now have a visual feedback on our screen. You can see health and ammo at all times in the bottom corners. If we were to lose health or gain health, you can see it immediately changing. Firing our weapon, our ammo goes down, and picking up more ammo, our ammo goes up when we interact with those objects. And at all times, we can see that visually on our screen. If we want, we could also use our pause key to bring up a pause menu we can interact with, which hides our user interface. Or if we unpause, it comes back. And when we complete our level, we finish our visual feedback loop. We get a game over screen and more items we can interact with. Now, if we go back to our base project, to start with, you'll want to download this included sample project and open it up. Once you've done that, you'll have what you see on your screen here, and we're going to go ahead and take a brief look at it now. To start off with, the first hour UMG...
So, unfortunately, this is using an Unreal 4, which is really annoying. So, I wonder if it's possible that there might be some crazy luck that they actually have a project files version for hire. Now, 4.2.3 and 4.2.4. So, I try and learn some of the basics in an older version, or do I try and follow along in my own thing without access to their project files? I feel like I might be able to follow along, so I might just try and do that. Character Mars, hey, how you doing? Hope you are well. So I think I'm going to try and follow along outside of their project files, which may get complicated. Or what I could do, I could try a little bit of both. Because I do have, what was this? What did this need? 5.2.3, 5.2.4. Do I have? Oh, I do not. Oh no, 5. No. No, I didn't. I don't have that installed yet. Okay. Or brain. Am I 4.2.3 and 4.2.4 is what I'm meaning to say. Alright, yeah. I don't want to deal with installing that at the moment. Let's try and follow along without their tutorial files.
Folder is where all of our contained items are. If you want, you can open the sources panel on the left to make it easier. The character folder contains all the items for our character. So the meshes, the animations, the blueprints. And the blueprints, if we open that folder up, are where we are going to be working at for the majority of this project. If we look inside of our character blueprint, you can see we have a few print strings. It takes our current health and prints out the value. This is where we are going to be replacing our UMG code. If we go ahead and close that up, we can look at some of the other folders. Our geometry folder has a meshes folder in it that contains the items that make up our level. Our maps folder, for now, just simply contains this map we're working in. In the future, it will contain our main menu map. And then our pickups folder simply contains a few items. In the future, it will make up our level. Our maps folder for now just simply contains this map we're working in. In the future, it will contain our main menu map. And then our pickups folder simply contains a few items we've already created for you that we will be using for more UMG interaction. For example, our pickup health here, you can see it has a print string telling us we've restored some health. This is another spot where we'll be introducing some UMG to replace that with a user interface rather than a print string. Next, we're going to go ahead and take a look at the way the widgets work and the widget editor itself.
Okay. I'll check out this other one too. I'm not going to switch tutorials just yet, but out of curiosity. Okay, at least this implementing UI for level design. This online course discover how to use objective markers to guide players through implementing UI for level design, implementing introduction to implementing UI. Planning player objectives. Setting up UMG widget to show game information. Maybe this tutorial is what I want to do. This is for 5.0. Right, let me take a look at this one. Because maybe this replaces the other one. This might... I don't know. We'll see. What you'll learn, plan discrete objectives and key moments to provide information to the player, create objective markers in the HUD, to guide the player, trigger events in the level blueprint by calling functions which add multiple objectives. I feel like what I want to learn is going to be covered with this and more, so this might actually be a better tutorial.
Hello, and welcome to Implementing UI for Level Design. My name is Patrick Haslow. I will be your instructor in this course, part of a series that will help you become a pro-level designer using the Unreal Engine. A little bit about my background. I've spent 12 years in AAA game development using Unreal Engines. During that time, I spent 5 years as a game development instructor, a mentor, and author of Unreal Engine tutorials. I have experience in multiplayer and single-player level design on titles such as For Honor, BioShock Infinite, and Homefront. I'm currently working as an advanced level designer at Warner Bros. Games Montreal on Gotham Knights. What you will learn in this course includes how to plan discrete player objectives and key moments to provide information to the player, how to create and use objective markers to guide the player, how to script usage of objective markers in the level blueprint, how to create a UI to show game information to the player, and how to script triggers in the level blueprint to show game information in the UI. The intended viewer for this course is an intermediate level designer. The viewer has already installed the Unreal Engine and has taken Unreal Academy course on UE Editor Fundamentals.
UE Editor Fundamentals? Oh, okay.
Because this course is a number in a series that build upon each other, it's also recommended that the viewer has taken Exploring Level Design for Game Development, Creating a Level Blockout for Game Development, Blueprints and Gameplay for Game Designers, Implementing Level Design with Blueprints. It's also helpful if they have taken your first hour with UMG.
I want to do that, but it's older tech. Okay, I was hoping that this would replace that. So they are apparently recommending it. Just out of curiosity, see if there's a newer version. Well, no, because I literally was searching for UMG, so... Yeah, first hour UMG, that's the older French show. Bugger. Alright, I think I might... I think I might just be stuck running the older one. Virtual text box, last frame and shell. Positioning, creating a... Ooh. That looks like fun, but not something I want to do right now. UI for level design, that's the one that I was just looking at. Right? And then, where was the other one? This one, I want to do this one too. Okay. UMG. I really need to somehow group these things together better. Okay, so this one is, this is one of just the talks. This is another.
Wait, is the same thing? Okay, that's the same thing. Input UI for level design. This is the one that that was the second one that I started. This is another talk. This is the project file. This is the first hour one. Okay. I was hoping that this wasn't a talk, the MVVM one, but that's fine. Okay, I'm going to go back to this first hour in UMG then. So we're going to run through this. But I'm going to try and follow along in my own project.
Widget, or Unreal Motion Graphics widget, is an object we can create inside of our editor that allows us to display something on the screen. And I say something generically because it can be pretty much whatever you want. You can think of it as your user interface for your player, their heads-up display maybe, showing life and health, or it could be a menu so you can do things or interact with things inside the world. Now to create one, it's pretty simple. We can right-click in our content browser, go to User Interface, and click on Widget Blueprint. And it's going to create a new widget blueprint. But we're going to make sure we actually organize our project. So let's go into our first hour folder, right-click, we're going to go to New Folder, and I'm going to create one called Widgets. So that way we can keep things organized. I'm going to go in my Widgets folder, and now I'm going to right-click User Interface and create a new widget blueprint. Now you want to make sure you keep things named appropriately. In my case, I'm going to go with UMG _ player HUD to indicate that this is a UMG widget and it's going to be the player's heads-up display. Now, if we double-click to open it, we'll get our UMG widget editor. So I'm going to dock it to the top of my screen, and we're going to do a quick overview of the widget editor itself. Your primary interface is going to be in the middle of your screen. It's going to be your viewport, and this is where you're going to visually see all of your widgets. Now, your widgets themselves can be found in the top left corner in your palette. Now, by default, we get a 20 to 30 or so pre-made widgets from Epic. You can see them here. For example, we have our common widgets like borders and buttons and text, up to more advanced ones like list views, and then we have different panels where we can dock things. Now, all of them are important, and they will be covered in more detail in the anatomy of a widget video. But for now, know this is where your widgets are stored. And at the bottom, you can actually find the user-created section where you'll find the widgets you may have created that you can reuse in other widgets. Now, we have our hierarchy down here. Our hierarchy contains the flow or the layout of our widget. In this case, we have our root, which is our player HUD, so it's our widget. And then our first item in here is a canvas panel. And by default, it's going to be a canvas panel. As you add items to here, you're going to see your hierarchy expand and contract based on what you're doing. And as we start adding widgets, you're going to see that happen. We have our animations and our timeline at the bottom. Now, we're not going to touch on those for now, but know that you can add and you can animate pretty much any of the animatable objects inside of a widget. So, for example, if we have an image, we could make our image move from left to right, or we could even shake the text maybe in reaction to something happening. But that's a more advanced feature and it's covered separately. On the right, we have our details panel. Our details panel is like any other details panel when we click on something. It's going to adjust to whatever we clicked on and give us the information. So like you can see here for our root object, here's our details information. And for our canvas panel, here's the specific detailed information. Going back to our viewport, you can see we actually have some information around here. We have some scale information. We have some information on what size we're looking at. And in the top right, we have a very nice interactive toolbar. Now, the toolbar is actually very important because once you start working with the interface, it allows you to quickly adjust what the interface looks like so you can test things. So like, for example, you can see whether or not it has outlines showing your actual working area, whether we're using localization is over here, whether it's going to zoom in. So like, let's say, oh, we're all the way over here and we get lost. Well, we can zoom in. We have different preset screen sizes. Maybe you want to test your user interface on a phone. We have different presets. So like, let's say, oh, we're all the way over here and we get lost. Well, we can zoom in. We have different preset screen sizes. Maybe you want to test your user interface on a phone and on a desktop. We can easily just select those and it'll automatically adjust your preview. And then you have different options that adjust based on what widget you're previewing, and we'll cover those as we need them. Now, this is the actual editor itself, or the designer. Up here, you can see it's the designer section. In addition to that, we have the graph section. This is your traditional blueprint graph. You have your basic event graph, and then you have any additional functions, macros, variables, dispatchers, and subgraphs as needed. Now, the important parts in here are going to be these three widget events that you can see here. Our pre-construct, our event construct, and our tick. And we'll get into more details on that one as needed. But this is our basic blueprint layout. It's not going to be any different than any other blueprint layout if you've used blueprints before. If you haven't used blueprints before, then as we start going through our code construction and we start fleshing out our user interface, I will cover in detail all of these sections as we need them, why we might need them, and what they would be useful for. Now, with that said, this is our basic editor layout. We're going to go ahead and cover the anatomy of the widget next, and we're going to cover how we would work with widgets and how we would add them and how they work in terms of our user interface.
Huzzah!
Now that we've looked at our widget editor, so we can understand where things are inside of our editor, let's go ahead and look at widgets themselves. We're going to make this simple. We're going to start with an image widget. So in the top left in our palette, we have our image widget. This is just a widget that allows us to display a color, or a texture or something like that. We can drag it from our palette right onto our viewport, or we can drop it right on top of an actual other widget to parent it to, right here, our canvas panel. So I drop it into our viewport, and now we have an image. And we can move it around. In the top right, you'll see when we move it, we get our position to change. And if we were to resize it, we get our size to change. Seems simple enough. Now, this is the very important thing to understand about the way widgets and the UMG system works in terms of the hierarchy. It has a fixed parent-child relationship. If you've ever used an XML-based layout system, like maybe in C# or Blend, you will understand this. If not, well, this is very important to follow and pick up. We have our canvas panel here, and this is our parent. You can see the common properties. We have things like behavior, accessibility, and transform. We have our image. It is a child of our canvas panel. And we can see our common properties again, accessibility, behavior, and transform. Above that, we can see our individual properties for this image, the appearance. We have things like the brush, or what you're going to see, and its color and opacity. And above that, at the top of anything where it's a child, in this case, the image is a child of our panel, we have our slot, canvas panel slot. Now, this will change based on the panel your children are actually in. In this case, our child is a child of canvas panel. So we have these settings. You can see the position, and you can see the size change. We have additional things like our anchors and alignment, but these are specific to the canvas panel. And let me show you that. So if we grab a vertical box, we drag a vertical box and we drop it into our viewport here, we are making our vertical box a child of our canvas panel. So we get, again, our common properties, and then we get our slot canvas panel properties. So we can move this wherever we want. We can position it. We can change its size. If we grab another image and drop it right into our vertical box in our viewport, or again, on top of our hierarchy, like this, that image now becomes a child. And if we click on it, we now see our slot is different. It's a vertical box slot because our parent is a vertical box, and we no longer have the same properties. We no longer have our size. We no longer have our position. We click on our other image. We have position, alignments, anchors. We click on this image inside of our vertical box. We no longer have those. We just have default fixed settings for padding, size, and alignment. The reason for that is our vertical box, if we go over our highlight, is a vertical box widget, which basically allows us to automatically put children in a vertical layout. So think of it like a list. So it doesn't have positioning. It doesn't have size. The children will be the size of the parent when we move it. Any additional children, we'll drag more images in, for example, will automatically be added. And I can easily show you that. We'll change our color, for example. So now we have 3 children inside of our vertical box, and their size is all determined by the parent and the settings for our slot. So in this case, maybe we want them on the middle like this, or we wanted them aligned to the right. Those are the only options we have available to us. So that's really important to understand. If you're trying to, for example, I want to put this item in a specific spot. I want it in the top left corner of my screen, 20 pixels away from the corner. You can't just put it inside of another panel that doesn't support that. It would have to be a panel that supports fixed layout, like your canvas panel. Every panel has specific settings and specific options available to their children. Those are all detailed in the documentation if you want more information, or you can just read the information and you can play with it. And of course, as we go through this course, we're going to discuss, and I will show you the different options as we lay out our layout. With that said, that is the anatomy of a widget in terms of the parent-child relationship and how you would add them to your viewport. We're going to go ahead and get started with creating our first interface next.
So having come from Unity's UI toolkit, I feel like a lot of this is going to translate well. That plus actually having web development, CSS, and an understanding of that.
With the basics of the UMG editor now covered, let's take a look at our project. We're going to go ahead and run it again so we can determine what we need in our user interface. Right now, we don't really have anything, but we technically have our crosshair in the middle of the screen. When we fire, it tells us the ammo count in the top left, and if we were to pick up health, our health would go up or down. But right now, we can't actually see any of those values because nothing's being persistently displayed. So we're going to want our health and our ammo, and we're going to want to figure out why our crosshair is in the middle of the screen and fix that. So let's look at the crosshair first. Before the UMG system was created, the HUD class was created. So if we go to Character, Blueprints, we can find a file called HUD_first_UMG. If we open this up, this is where our crosshair comes.
Event receive draw HUD. Okay, so because I'm not using their thing, I did create a HUD. But that's not it. Did I delete it? No, I put it here. Begin play of event receive draw HUD. Alright, so draw crosshair center of screen. I know they're going to change this, but I want to I want to learn a little bit about this. Size X, size Y. Sure, okay. So they're dividing by 2, -8, -8. Okay, that's for positioning. So we're probably getting the, yeah, this is going to be the height and width of the screen. I don't know why I didn't duplicate that, but then 8 is going to be their texture size, I imagine. Let's actually duplicate this time. So I don't actually have a HUD texture, but I'll figure something out. Then they just do a conversion. Okay. Draw texture. So we pop this into here. Drop this down so it aligns properly. Then screen X, screen Y. Oh, I see. Somebody has to be misaligned. It's a matter of who. And then they have make linear color. Okay, so probably that's what they're using to change the color. Make linear color. Tint color. Okay. Looks like they're using white. I guess that's what that translates to. Bookmark. I don't even know what I just did. Bookmark. Oh, bookmark current location. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I can see how that could be useful. Alright, we'll worry about that a little bit later. Now, they have first-person crosshair set there. Do I have anything that I could play with that would kind of make a little sense? These are all textures. Yes. Let's try that. I think I already set up this to use my HUD, which it looks like I did. Well, we have something. We have the UMG stuff showing. I don't see a little thing, but it might be very, very small, perhaps. Let's try a different texture. That looks like a very large texture. Okay, it's not that. We are getting a thing. We have debug. (632), 351. At -8. So we're only making this 8 pixels tall. I think that's what that's saying to do. So just out of better yet. What is this? X, so it's going to be width. Height. Yep. No. real question is, did it actually keep it at 8? Yep, it did. But I'm going to change this to, I don't know, 50. I don't see anything. One, that should be white. Draw texture. It's going to screen height, screen width. Oh, they have this set to hard values here. 1616 texture height U8. Okay. Okay. They have some values here that I didn't have. This is 1. They set this to 16 minus 16. Screen width, screen height. Interesting. Still nothing though. Oh, okay, there it is. So this is setting the position of it. This is setting the height and width. Got it. So if I go and change this, screen width, screen height. Oh, the data type is wrong, but this is all just for testing anyway, so I don't actually care at the moment. We are experimenting, learning, input, need input. So we're going to delete these. Let's put this back at 8 and 8, which now I don't quite know what that is going to do. So coordinates upper left corner. Oh! I understand. Yes, I do. Okay. These back because what this actually is by 2. That's the offset. Of the desired size for the texture so that it gets centered. That makes sense. Neat. Cool. It's not actually useful for what I want in this particular game. But arguably what this also would mean is I would need offset I don't know. I don't know if there's... Do they have vector 2? Anim detail. Control vector 2D. Just retrieve a single vector. Vector 2D.
That seems reasonable. Crosshair offset XY. How lovely. There we go. So now, split that a little bit cleaner. So we divide the entire screen size by 2. We divide our crosshair height and width by 2 so that it centers it, which arguably you'd only want to do that if you're going to actually center it, but I think it's better to do that. So you subtract from that. And then you add the offset, I guess. So that's crosshair width. We're doing 8 and 8 in this case for the moment. Just because I want to try something, we're going to put this about 75 pixels high. Plus this to be here though. This is for the offset. This would be for the size. Why did that not work? There you go. Crosshair width. Get rid of this. So we do crosshair width minus that plus this. Truncate. That's not necessary, I think. Okay. Do that to here. This goes away. Then we come in. This division's going to be backwards on the lines, but no helping that. Do that. Then we're subtracting this. I wonder. Let's do this. Or here. That goes there. Wait. That. Brain. What am I doing? That doesn't do that. This does this. I'm an idiot. How about that does that. Then this minus that. plus this, which, because it's a plus, doesn't matter the order now. This goes here. Now, crosshair size is actually that. I think that's right. Ah, you little fucker. Double bugger. Okay. Don't care, don't care. You stay the same. And you there. Like that. Like that. Like that's that. Yeah, whatever. Again, just temporary stuff. Stop fixating. Now this is no longer used. Okay, how's that? Wrong direction. Oh. So, kind of, it's doing what I told it to do, but it's not what I wanted. But I think that is simply because what I was thinking of what I wanted is wrong. I just had a poor expectation. But it is doing what it should do. Okay. Neat. Moving on.
Comes from. The HUD class is going to be drawn as part of the game framework, and it's going to draw the texture for our crosshair every frame in the middle of the screen. Well, we're not going to want to use the HUD and the UMG system, so we're going to move this crosshair from the HUD to the UMG.
That's fine. I'm still glad I learned a little
We need
bit.
to disable the crosshair being drawn in the HUD. So let's go ahead and go into here. In our game mode, so GM_first hour UMG, we have the HUD class. We're going to change this from the first hour UMG to none or HUD. Either one works. Neither one has the crosshair. We'll close that out, and we'll hit play. Now you notice we have no crosshair. So the first problem solved. The next part is getting this all working in our UMG widget. Let's clean up our current example that we were using, so we can click on something in our viewport and delete it with the delete key, or we could select an item in our hierarchy, our vertical box, for example, and delete it, and it'll get rid of it as well. So let's put our crosshair in here. So let's grab our image from our palette and drop it into the middle of the screen. Under Appearance in the Details panel, we have the brush. If it's not open, go ahead and expand it. And this is the image we want to show. We're going to choose our crosshair, and the crosshair is going to show up. Now, the first thing to notice in here is this says the image size is 16 by 16. But remember, we have a canvas panel as our parent, so it's actually determining the size. We can choose size to content, and now it's going to fit it to whatever the image says its size is. It's a little bit too small, so let's go something like 48 by 48. Now we have a much bigger crosshair, and we will just eyeball it right around there. That looks good. Now we need text for our health and ammo. So let's grab a text, drop it down here in the bottom left. We'll grab another text and drop it in the bottom right. And now we have a spot for our health and ammo to go. We're going to lay it out so it looks like what we want it, whatever the image says its size is. It's a little bit canvas panel. Notice in here is this says the image size is 16 by 16. But remember, we have a canvas panel as our parent, so it's actually determining the size. We can choose size to content, and now it's going to fit it to whatever the image says its size.
Image size. Appearance. Size to content. Oh, that's big.
It's a little bit too small, so let's go something like 48 by 48. Now we have a much bigger crosshair, and we will just eyeball it right around there. That looks good. Now we need text for our health and ammo. So let's grab a text, drop it down here in the bottom left. We'll grab another text and drop it in the bottom right. And now we have a spot for our health and ammo to go. We're going to lay it out so it looks like what...
Position, size, alignment. 0, 0.
How did I get it in the center? Anchors. Center. And actually, like, put it in the center? Hold shift to update alignment to match. Control to update position to match. Oh, I see. There we go. Neat. Cool. Let's lower the alpha. Which apparently does not do anything. Curious.
We want it so we can make it look better. So we'll do health, colon 100. And then over here under the other text box, we're going to go ammo, colon 100. So now our text and our ammo is going to be displayed on our screen. Now we can go in here.
Alright, let's get those text. I wish I could just double click on that. Type stuff in. Where are my settings? Use controller rotation, yeah. Oh, interesting. It's like not actually spanned out all the way. Which is interesting. Wonder if he'll cover that.
And we can. So now our text and our ammo is going to be displayed on our screen. Now we can go in here and we can move these around a little bit, for example, so it looks better in the bottom left. We can do the same thing with our ammo, so it fits more in the bottom right. Now one thing you might notice is this little green box that's around it.
Yes!
The green box is actually representing the size of this widget, and our text is going outside of it.
Yes, it is.
Just like this, where we have size to content, we don't have size to content turned on over here under our parent panel. So if we do that, now you notice the box will change. If we do the same thing with our ammo, you'll notice the box size changes. Now these are a little small. Let's make them a little bit bigger. Let's go with something like 36 under font. So you can go under appearance, font, and change the font size to 36.
No, I'm good.
But you notice we have a problem. Now part of it looks like it's outside of this little outline. This outline is representing your viewport, or what's going to be on the screen when it's this setting. And if we were to run this, we're going to find that these words are now outside of the screen. So let's fix that. We'll use the green box to determine where we want it in the bottom right, like that. We'll go back over here to health. We'll change this one to 36 as well. You notice it changed a little bit, and we'll do that. And now we've got that set up basically like we're going to want it to look. So we have our crosshair, we have our health in the bottom and our ammo in the bottom, and this looks good, and visually we're done with the way we want it to look. But we don't have anything actually working data-wise. So we're going to go ahead and look at our events in order to get our data from the character onto the screen.
Horizontal box. Checkbox. That there. Lexi Cat, how you doing? Okay, I don't want this to have a colon after it anymore, because I'm going to put the checkbox in front of it. Hope you are well, Lexi Cat. Checkbox. Need another horizontal box. I should have just duplicated this whole thing. That's fine. This goes here. Where did the checkbox go? I didn't duplicate. I thought I duplicated the checkbox. I'm so confused. Okay. There we go. I don't know what you are. I'm going to delete that. Farming items in The Surge? I don't know that game. What is The Surge? I need my debug. Alright. Use controller desired rotation. This is under character movement. Make this go away. And there we go. Use controller desired rotation. Put that under character movement. It's a Souls-like, oh, but you're a cyborg in an Amazon warehouse. Wait, like, like the company Amazon? Oh, I almost clicked close on that. Okay, use controller desired rotation. Use controller desired rotation. Use controller rotation, yeah, we got that one. Orient, oh, that's also under, that's character. So this, actually, I'm gonna, man, I really wish I keep on, do that. Character, let's put these at the beginning. That's character movement. Is it movement or motion? I need to make sure I'm getting my terminologies right. Character movement. Yes, good. Not literally Amazon, but you get the idea. Gotcha. Okay. What was the next one? Orient rotation to movement. Orient rotation to movement. And this one is on the character movement. Character movement. That's fine and correct. Okay. Good. That's done for that. So now we should have new UI stuff from the top, which now we can actually interact with. We'll probably resize those checkboxes because holy cow. Okay. And at some point I will figure out how to like toggle UI elements on and off, but that'll come in a little bit because I imagine they'll cover it in this tutorial. They did say they're going to go through a menu system. So I still am missing the enum drop-down select. I don't know if they're going to cover it in this, but we'll at least try and get
With the basics,
some more
now that we have the visual
here.
layout of our player's HUD created, we need to go ahead and hook up the data component of it, or the code behind. We can do that using our blueprint event graph. So on the top right, we have our graph section. And if we open it up, we get a standard blueprint graph. We get a couple events that are already created for us, and then we can create our own if we want to do anything custom. Now we have our event construct. This is what happens once the widget is constructed or created. We're not going to use this for our project. We have our pre-construct. It's like the construct, except it does it during design time. So for example, if we wanted to change this text right now, we could use the pre-construct event, and it would change the text right now during design time. We wouldn't have to run it to see the changes. And that's useful when you're doing things like nested widgets or more advanced features, and you want the update in real time. We're not going to use that during our project either. And the last one is our event tick. So our tick is a traditional tick. It's basically every time the game updates or a frame is updated, the tick fires. Usually you don't want to use these. They're very intensive because you're doing something every time. Let's say, for example, it's your player's health you're updating on the tick. Well, if your player's health only changes every 2 or 3 seconds because they're not getting hit very often, it seems silly to continually update it. Now, if it's something like a timer that maybe updates every tick, it's a very precise timer, maybe in a racing game where it's down to the 100th of a millisecond, the event tick is useful. In our case, we're not going to use the event tick, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that as well. What we're going to do is use a custom event. We're going to use kind of like a data-driven way to update our interface. If the health changes on our player, we'll update the interface. If the ammo changes, we'll update the interface. We don't need to constantly check for the ammo every frame. We're just going to update it when the player gets new ammo.
Sounds great!
So we'll right-click and we'll add a custom event. So if you right-click and type custom event, you'll get add custom event. And we'll name this something really simple. Update health. Every time we want the health, which is going to be this variable right here, to update, We'll call update health, and we'll set it to a new health value. Now we're going to keep our user.
Okay, I just noticed I have access to these, so let's rename these appropriately. CB use controller notation. Yeah. CB use controller desired notation. Be gradient. Wow. I can type notation to movement. Now when I come back in here, yeah, look at that, I have options. Vent. Change. Update. Sure.
Interface very simple. We're not going to do anything fancy with layouts and multiple widgets and nodes. We're just going to use the simple text that says health colon a number and ammo colon a number. So we're going to need to take in a value in order to update our display. So to do that on our custom event, we can take in an input. So down here under details, we can add a new parameter and we can call it whatever we want. I'm going to call this the new value because this is the new value that we're going to display on our screen. Now by
Yeah, new value sounds great.
default, it could be Boolean, it could be byte, it'll be whatever you've used last. We're going to want to take in a float, for example. Now you can take in something else. You could take in a text. You could take in whatever you want, and you could display.
Getting distracted by that button. Thanks, cat. Also has a few pieces of furry armor, which is nice. Nice. Heck yeah. Bun's asking dinner thoughts, so I'm distracted. Let me put the burps up for a minute while I deal with this. Alright. 4 minutes, and then I'm going to get interrupted briefly again. Another 4 minutes, and then I'll be back. Probably. I might get my own dinner. We'll see.
Now you can take in something else. You could take in a text. You could take in whatever you want, and you could display whatever you want. In our example, we're going to take in a float because we're going to manipulate it a little bit before we display it. So that way our player has more options later on. For example, if we took in a float of 70 for the health, we can maybe hook it up to a progress bar and show a nice little life bar. We're giving ourselves more options later. Now in order to update the text, we're going to need to set that value. So if we go back to our designer, we go back to our health, for example, and we look, we have a text property called health 100 that we're going to want to set. But the problem is we have no way of getting access to it inside of our blueprint. It needs to be a variable. Right here we can see our image, but where's our text? Well, by default, text isn't automatically a variable. If we go to the top right under details, you'll see is variable. You check that and hit compile. We go back to our graph. Now we have a variable called text 003. Well, that's not very helpful. Let's rename it. Let's rename this to text health. Now we have a variable called text health. And let's go to ammo, and we'll do the same thing. We'll call this one text ammo. Make sure we... Let's go to ammo. Let's rename this to text health 03. Well, that's not very helpful. Let's rename
Oh, there it is. It's way up there.
it. Let's rename this to text health. Now we have a variable called text health. And let's go to ammo, and we'll do the same thing. We'll call this one text ammo. Make sure we check is variable. We'll compile it. And now we have two variables we can play with, text ammo and text health. Each one of these is a reference or a way of finding this exact value, this health and ammo. And we're going to want to change the text property. So we grab our text health and we get it. Now we know our text health right here. We have this actual widget right here in this little node right here. And we're going to type set text. Under widget, we have set text. And it tells us it directly sets the text. We click on it. And now anything we type in here will be the text you see on your screen. Great. Super simple. We'll use the execute wire hookup right here. I'm going to drag this over here so we have room to mess with it. And now if we were to put this on our screen, we're going to have nothing.
Set, what is maybe value?
Oh, set is checked.
That's probably it.
We want this to be in here. So if we drag it and drop it, well, then we get a nice little handy conversion node. And now we'll convert whatever we sent over to here. The problem is, this is the number 100. This is text. We want it to say health : 100. So we're going to use some helper nodes. It's pretty simple. We have the append nodes. So if we do append, we find string append. This will allow us to convert multiple things into one thing. Let me show you. So we'll type in health : space, and then we'll drag our new value here into here. And what it's going to do is it's going to output health : space, and then the value from here. We take this and plug it into our text. We have all these funky little conversion nodes going on. It's a little bit longer than we'd like, but all we have to do now is say, hey, user interface, update the health with this new value, and all of this code will say, okay, we're going to update it. We're going to say health : whatever value and put it on the screen. Really simple. The nice thing is we get a cheat for the next one. We'll do custom event. We'll type update ammo. We're going to clean this up here. We'll grab all this. We will copy it, Control C, or right click and you can copy. Control V to paste and paste it onto the screen.
If kids again. And back again.
Hook it up, and now we have another node set up to do the ammo. All we have to do is update a few things. So instead of saying health here, we'll change it to ammo. We don't have our input, so we'll do the same thing here. We'll call this one new value, and we'll hook it up here. And we'll move this over a little bit, make it prettier. So now it's going to take in ammo and write out ammo. And then here where it says text health, if we right click on it, we can change it to a different value, or we can delete it, and we can grab text ammo and hook it up here, or we can delete that, and we can do the same thing we did, grab text ammo, get it, and hook it up here. So now we have two events. One updates the ammo, one updates the health, and that's it. Right now we've got our front end set up, so that way we have something else show on the screen. We have our back end set up. Whenever we call update health or update ammo, the front end is going to change, and we're ready to go. Obviously, we have nothing on the screen, and we have no values hooked up, but we have our user interface ready to go for the next step, which is going to be putting our HUD onto the screen. Putting our...
Just want to once over what they did, because you have new value, append this, that, in text, target is that, and it's setting the text. Yep, that's what I expected.
our HUD onto the screen. Now that we have our player HUD UMG widget created, we have the visual component here, and we have the code component created. We need to actually get this onto our screen. But before we do that, we need to figure out where we're going to put it. Where's the best place for this? Now this one's actually pretty simple. This is our player's HUD. It should go on the player. Why? Well, it's the information of the player. If the player was, for example, to be destroyed, this is information we may not want displayed anymore. It seems kind of weird to show the player's health if the player is getting destroyed and completely regenerated, for example. However, maybe you want it displayed at all times. So there are other places to put it. You have places such as, well, the HUD class. Even though we're not using it, maybe we want the HUD class to handle create. We may not want
kind of
displayed
lost track
anymore.
of what I was
Since
doing.
it was, for example, to
I
be
got
destroyed,
distracted.
this is information we may be going to put this onto our screen. But before we do that, we need to figure out where we're going to put it. Where's the best place for this? Now this one's actually pretty simple. This is our player's HUD. It should go on the player. Why? Well, it's the information of the player. If the player was, for example, to be destroyed, This is information we may not want displayed anymore. It seems kind of weird to show the player's health if the player is getting destroyed and completely regenerated, for example. However, maybe you want it displayed at all times. So there are other places to put it. You have places such as, well, the HUD class. Even though we're not using it, maybe we want the HUD class to handle creating it and storing references. Maybe the game state. That's something that is controlled inside of the game. Maybe the player controller. Maybe this is something specific to the player controller that will be persistent throughout the entire thing, like maybe a menu. In our case, we're going to put this inside of our character, our player. So let's go into blueprints. Let's go into our...
All right, there's the other. AFK again. Where was I?
inside of our character, our player. So let's go into blueprints. Let's go into our character, first our UMG, and we're going to put this inside of here somewhere. When our player is created, well, we want the user interface to be created. So this is pretty simple. We right click and type in begin play, or if you have an existing character, find your begin play event, and we're going to hook it up to the begin play. Now to create a widget, it's pretty simple. We'll right click, we'll type create widget, and we find under user interface, create widget. Now this is going to ask us for which widget to create, who owns it, and then gives us a reference.
Oh, where did I do this? Because obviously I did it, but I don't remember where I did it. Oh, yes, I can't forget about that. I don't remember. I did do that, right? Yeah, because I copied... Oh, that's right, I copied it from the other tutorial to get it to show up. And then I got confused when I couldn't add more stuff. Game mode, I think I put it in here. Yeah. That's where you are. Okay. This makes sense to put it in the third-person controller because this debug is specifically for this third-person controller. So, play. I believe I already have a version of this. Way up there. Go away. Insert pin before. Pop this here. That should be fine.
To it. In this case, we have a single player game. We're not really concerned about who owns it. We're just concerned about what we want to show. So I'm going to select my UMG player HUD. We're going to compile and save, and then we're going to hit play. And
So I do want to rename this because now I'm doing something a little bit differently here. UMG be third person controller
Debug. Settings. Sounds great.
Nothing happens. Just because you create a widget doesn't mean the widget's actually displayed on the screen. Once we create it, we get a reference to that widget, and then now we need to actually put it on the screen. So if we drag off of our return value, which is the widget we created, and type in add, we have two real options under user interface viewport. Add to player screen and add to viewport. 90% of the time, you're going to want to use add to viewport. Add to player screen is specific for split screen stuff. If you're not doing split screen or multiplayer on the same screen, you want add to viewport.
That's cool.
We'll clean this
Just
up.
the notion of like, oh hey, this is this player's part of the screen and this is the other player's part of the screen. That it just natively knows something like that. That's actually really cool. I like that. That's neat. I have no use for it at this point in time, but that's
We'll hit
cool.
compile again, and we'll hit play. And now we have an actual interface again. We can move our character around. We have a nice big cursor in the middle of the screen. We have health on the bottom left, and we have ammo on the bottom right. Looks like we're done. Except, well, obviously, when we move around and pick up stuff, we still have the text in the top left. And we don't really have 100 ammo or 100 health. We don't actually have any of those things right now because we haven't set anything up properly. We need to hook up our default values and use those actual events that we created earlier inside of our player HUD or UMG widget. So let's go ahead and look at that. So the first thing we're going to want to realize is we need a way to talk to this widget later on. So we're going to actually want to create a reference to this widget so we can talk to it later. So to do that, let's go ahead and move this over. We're going to unhook these. We're going to drag off our return value, and we're going to promote it to a variable. We're going to go down here to our variable list and name this something like player UI ref or player UI reference. And now anytime we want to talk to this widget, we can just use our player UI reference. We can go ahead and hook this back up. We're going to test to make sure everything looks the same, except now we have a reference to our player UI.
Okay. Whoa, how'd you get messed up? Oh, because I changed the name. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, if you change names, it's going to throw all this stuff off. Very interesting. Okay, so they did a promote to variable. Debug. UMG. Debug settings. There we go.
Now, at this point, we want to tell our player UI to update its health and ammo values. We have some health here, 100, and we have some ammo, 20, but our UI has no idea about it. Since we're going to do this every single time it starts, or maybe the player's going to die, we're going to make a custom event just so we can continually call this as needed. Technically, we're going to make this into a function to make it cleaner. So if we go to functions, new function, we can call this one update default UI. And when we run this, we're simply going to talk to our player UI. So I'm going to drag this out and get it and tell it to, well, update health and update ammo. Update health, grab our UI reference, update ammo, and we're pretty simple. We just need to fill in our values and it's going to take care of everything else automatically. Pretty simple. We'll hook up our first wire here. We'll move this out of the way temporarily, and we need our value, health value. Oh, here's our health. Drag it in, drop it, and there's our health. Simple enough. We need our ammo. Let's hook up our wire here, grab our ammo, drag it and drop it. Well, it's not compatible. So this is our first issue we're going to run into. When we created our interface, we didn't really have any documentation. We were kind of just screwing around. But now we have an integer, and we need it to be a float. Well, do we need it to be a float? A float is a number that has a decimal point in it. We don't have partial ammo. We have full ammo. So we need to fix something here. Let's go back to our HUD and look at that. Now our health maybe can be a partial number. So we're going to leave that as a float. But our ammo needs to be a full number. It needs to be an integer. So let's fix that. So we're going to take in a integer instead of a float, and it's going to break stuff. We're going to hit compile, and now we get errors. Well, we can't convert a integer to a float to a string like this, so we'll delete it, and we'll just drag and drop it. Go back into here. You'll notice this now says it's got a warning. If we right-click, we can refresh it, or we can recompile and save. It'll change it over to an integer now. Drag our integer in. There we go. Now we're updating our health with our health, and our ammo with our ammo. If we hit play,
Interesting. So this is... Where did they get these notes from?
jumper, custom sprinting, trotting. Oh, this is, I'm in the wrong thing. I'm in the character. I need to be in this. Okay, so PT. How did you get update health? Oh, you got it from the player ref. Okay. So that got from here. Okay. Use control desired rotation. Do that. New value. With that. Okay. Now we just have to duplicate this across the board. Update orient to movement. That's a new value. Use controller rotation yaw. Okay.
Here we go. Now we're updating our health with our health and our ammo with our ammo. If we hit play, you'll notice, well, we have health 100 and ammo 100. Well, what happened? We just told it to update. Why didn't it update? Well, yeah, we created this. We didn't actually tell anything to run. Let's grab our update default UI, drop it in here, connect it up. Now after we've created our widget and added it to our screen, we're going to tell it to update with the default values. We'll hit.
Oh, wait a second. Is this... Am I actually calling that properly? Use... Oh yeah, it's call. Okay, yeah, call function.
Play, and now you notice it says ammo 20 in the bottom. It says health 100.0. That's something we can worry about later. Again, it's a visual thing. We'll cover that later. But we now actually have it going to the proper values. And I can show you that. Let's say the player starts with 150 health, and oh, I don't know, let's go with 20.
Let's see if this is actually updating, as I'm expecting it to. So I see the checkboxes are set at the moment. Oh, yep, checkbox is going on and off with that one. It's going on and off with that one and that one. Cool, the checkboxes are actually going on and off. They're just very hard to see. I'll have to fix that later, but...
24 ammo. We hit play, 150 health, 24 ammo. So now we've hooked up our interface. We have an actual interface on the screen, which we can see here. We have events hooked up that we can call and update that interface. And then we have our player, when it starts up, creating that interface and updating it with actual values that are real, not just fake. We actually have real valuable information here. We can't update it in real time yet, because when we collect things, those things aren't telling anything to update, but we have the basics set up.
Sure. So I have a very strong suspicion that this this other one right here, setting up MVVM, that this is going to really give me some better insight of how I would approach this back and forth sort of thing. Like, if I press a hotkey, that should reflect on the UI, but also if I toggle something on the UI, it should reflect on the character. So I have a feeling that this talk, what is it? What do they call it? Talk and demo, will help do that. I suspect it has to do with binding. I would like to see that. I don't know if they're going to get into binding on this, though.
At this point in our project, we have our user interface updating with the default data whenever we begin play. Now, the problem is, whenever data changes, our ammo or our health count, for example, the user interface doesn't change. We're going to look at the primary methods of updating that. In this case, we have two events already created. our update health and update ammo. Whenever we call it with new values, it talks to the user interface here, talks to those events, and updates the text values. However, there is another way by property binding. Property binding is basically the ability
Oh, perfect.
to change any of these properties that can be bound. For example, in our text, the text can be changed, or color and opacity, for example. We have these binding options. And it's going to update it automatically for us. So let's go ahead and do bind, create binding when we're next to text, and we get this nice little function.
Fan-bloody-tastic. Alright, let's go back to this. Back to this. I'm going to go ahead and just full-on duplicate one of these to really get a feel for it. Check state, create binding. Bam! Look at that. Alright, cool. Let's pop this back out so we can continue to watch.
Now I can show you it working. We're going to type in ammo none, for example. We're going to compile and save this. We're going to go back into our player's blueprint, and we're going to unhook update default UI. We don't want to update the UI ourselves. We want the HUD here to handle it itself. We hit play, and now you notice it's going to show ammo none in the bottom right corner. The problem with this is bindings are run basically on tick every frame. And I can show you that. If we do print string, this is going to print out hello every time this is ran. So when we hit play, we're going to be spammed with hello.
Oh,
the disadvantage
dang!
of this is if something doesn't change often, for example, player health or ammo, it's definitely not going to change every frame. This is going to look for an update every frame, and it's going to cost resources to do that.
I was hoping that binding actually automatically set up listeners.
So it's not really very beneficial to bind like this. It's easy, but it's resource intensive, and we really don't want to do that. I can actually show you why it would be nice. If we get the player character, we're going to go ahead and convert him. We're going to cast to the first person character right here, the first hour UMG. We're going to convert this to a pure cast by right-clicking, and we're going to get the ammo count. So what this does is it says, hey, give me the ammo count from my character that's currently in the level, and we're going to return that value. We're going to hook this back up, and now when we hit play, you're going to go ahead and fire, and you'll notice in the bottom right, my numbers change. And if we were to pick up more ammo, it's going to change automatically. The disadvantage again, though, if we print string, and we plug in, let's say, our ammo count, and then do this, and hit play, you'll notice it is showing our ammo count. If we fire, and it's going to continue updating. Every single tick, right now, update, 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 update. We're not doing anything, but it's updating. So it's a little bit resource intensive and really shouldn't be used unless you need something that should update every tick. Like let's say a timer or a countdown or a clock. Something that should be accurate to the display that you might want to bind. We're going to go ahead and get rid of our function. We're going to just click on it and delete it.
Oh, I'm kind of disappointed.
We'll recompile and we'll get an error. It says, hey, you had a binding, now you don't. What happened? So let's just go ahead and go back to our designer for our text binding. It now says none, which actually doesn't mean none. It means, hey, what happened to the function you had there? Remove the binding and go ahead and compile and save back out. Now, if we hit play, we're going to go back to our defaults, go back into our character, hook back up our default update, and then test. And now we should be back to where we were when we started this project. 150 health and 24 ammo. It represents our health and ammo count, our default values. We're going to go with the pushing method, which we already are using. Whenever we update our default UI, even though we only do it once, we are pushing the data to our UI. So let's do that wherever we need to in here. So if we look for wherever we have print strings inside of our character, it usually corresponds to when something happened. In this case, when our ammo is adjusted, we set the new value, and then we print out the new value. Same thing with the health. If we simply get rid of that information, we're going to go ahead and drag our player UI reference in. We're going to update the ammo in this case and hook it up. And then we can go ahead and move our little ammo count here and hook it up. And now whenever the ammo is updated after this is called, it's going to update it on the user interface. Same thing here for our health. We'll grab the player UI reference and get it. We'll update the health from our player UI, hook it up. We'll go ahead and hook up our new health value here. And now whenever update health is called, whenever this any damage event is fired, we're going to update the health with our user interface. Now there is two other spots we need to update. If we were to look over here, whenever we fire something, we update the ammo and then we print out the results. So let's do the same thing we did before. You can actually just copy paste. So we'll copy this node and we'll copy this node. Control C to copy, Control V to paste. We'll hook it up and move it over a little bit. Adjust this, and now we have our new ammo count. I want to be cheesy and grab just these three things. Right-click, copy, go back over here to the end, delete this entire section, paste it, and now whenever we were printing out,
cheesy.
we're now going to go ahead and actually update the UI.
Work smarter, not harder.
Play to test. Here's our default values. We walk over our damage, and our health goes down every time. We walk over our health going up, our health goes up. We fire some ammo, you'll notice our ammo count goes down. And we pick up some ammo, and you'll notice our ammo count goes up. We still have stuff in the top left corner that shows up because that's the item itself mentioning that. We also have the issue here when we win, well, nothing happens. And then there's the issue of our UI itself not really respecting layout. You'll notice, for example, when I do this, our ammo
yes,
on the
let's
bottom
get
right,
into that,
it's
please.
really weird. And then at certain points, our health disappears. And our cursor in the middle of the screen, well, it just plain disappears at one point. And that's because we're not really using the proper layout system for our user interface.
Great, I do want to learn about proper layout.
At this point in our project, our user interface, when we run and test it, doesn't really adhere to very good user interface standards. It doesn't really stick to our corners like we might expect when we resize, and elements like our crosshair completely disappear. So we're going to go ahead and fix that. If we go back into our HUD and we look at the way our HUD is set up, in previous videos I mentioned that our parents control the way our children are laid out, and I mentioned we have anchoring, which is our little star or flower pattern up here. Let's go ahead and start with each element and put them in the proper positions. So here is our crosshair in the middle. And you'll notice our anchor is the top left. So that means as our user interface changes, so down here, for example, we can see this little set of arrows that we can adjust our crosshair, we can adjust our interface for testing purposes. You'll notice at different times we start losing things. If we adjust it properly from the bottom right, we're going to anchor to the top left and it's going to end up disappearing. So let's actually change our anchor to the middle. So using a canvas panel, we have the anchoring system. We can click on anchors. You have all your options here. You can notice you can hold shift to update the alignment.
How do I get this back to be canvas? That actually... Okay, it is 256, 1400. Got it. Okay.
Alignments and control to update positions. So those are shortcuts to shift to update the system. We can click on anchors. You have all your options here. You can notice you can hold shift to update the alignments and control to update positions. So those are shortcuts to updating these values here. I personally prefer to type in these things manually, so I'll show you that method as well. If we click on the center icon here, you'll notice our flower goes to the middle. We are now anchored to the middle. That means as our UI adjusts, we're going to attempt to keep this in the middle of the screen. So if we were to play now and we adjust, you will notice our crosshair now stays in the middle. That's a good first start. Second, you'll notice this doesn't really match up properly in terms of where this says the middle, our anchor point, and our image says the middle. That's due to sizing and alignment. So alignment is set in a 0 to 1 fashion. 0 is nothing, or 0%. 1 is everything, or 100%. The upper left is 0, 0. The bottom right is 1, 1. So to center along the top and the middle, you'd have 0.5 and 0.5. So if we change our alignment here to 0.5 and 0.5, it's now going to center it in the middle. Now the issue we're seeing here where this is kind of not looking right is, here's our positions. We're now anchored to the middle. So how far away from the middle do we want our position to be now? Well, we want it nothing. We want to be dead in the middle. We want no offset from the middle anchor. Now you'll notice our anchor is set to the middle and our image is now aligned into the middle. So our crosshair is going to be perfectly centered. Let's look at our health next. Here's our health. This one should be pretty simple. It's our bottom left. So anchor to the bottom left. Now whenever the screen changes size, our health is going to try to stick to the bottom left. Now how far away from the bottom left is this? Well, this is weird. 40 and negative 93. This is where alignment comes in again. How do we want it? How far left and right do we want our alignment to be in terms of the X? Well, we want our alignment to be our left side here. So 0. How far down do we want it to be? 0 or 1? Well, the bottom left is 1. So let's do Y of 1 for our anchoring. Now it's going to anchor it to this bottom left corner. So this corner here is going to link to this corner here. Now we could type in positions to get exactly where we want it. We could go with, for example, 40 and negative 40. So 40 over and 40 up. And now it's going to stick 40 pixels away from that corner, no matter what we do with sizing our screen. And if we were to go ahead and play this again and check it out, you'll notice when I resize, it sticks to that bottom left corner as best as it can, 40 away every time. Good. Now we need to fix the bottom right because that's not working very well. Should be pretty much the same method, except now it's the bottom right we want to anchor to. So anchor to the bottom right. Set our alignment. Our alignment should be the bottom right. So our X this time is going to be 0 or 1. It's going to be 1. We want the right side. And our Y is going to be 0 or 1. 0 or 1. We want 1, the bottom. Now we're going to anchor this corner to this corner. But of course, again, our position is funky. So let's go negative 40 again and negative 40. And now it's going to stick to 40 away from that bottom right. We hit play and we check it out. Now when we resize, look at that. We have our UI respecting whatever size we're using as best as possible. So someone could be playing on a 640 by 480 square screen, an ultra wide screen. We have our UI respecting as best as possible. Now, one issue you're going to run into here, and this is more of like advanced features or more just making things look better now that we have anchoring done, is making your UI respectable. So in the bottom right, we have our ammo 24. And you'll notice again, it's anchored here to here for this bottom corner. If I fire enough ammo to get it down below 24, watch what happens. The entire thing moves to the right. And when we pick up, the entire thing moves to the left. So our UI itself is shifting because it's not really fixed in position because of a few things. One, we don't really have a monospaced font. We don't have a fixed space font. So our font itself can change size left to right. Second of all, our value here, where we have 100, this will change left to right based on if it says 100, 3 characters, 99, 2 characters, or 9, 1 character. And since we're anchored to the right, it's going to shift from left to right. So you can see it here. And if I start deleting things, 10, and then, for example, 1, it's going to keep shifting. Now, we can layer or overlay widgets inside of widgets, and they can each have their own respective alignment. So that's something we can do, and we're going to look at here. So we're going to change this to a fixed size. We want this entire thing to be a fixed size. And we can actually change that here instead of being size to content. We could change it to a fixed size. So, for example, maybe 200 by 50. That way it encompasses the entire thing. 200 is not going to be enough. Let's go with 250. So we'll go with something like that. Change our ammo back to 100. Let's go with 260. There we go. So now it's going to be a fixed size. And when these things change, for example, you'll notice it now goes ammo 10, ammo 1. So this is a good first start. We get it play. You'll notice it's 24. We'll go down. The ammo itself is never going to change. The word ammo, it's just going to increase or decrease in the value for the ammo itself that we're picking up. That's because we are no longer resizing our box. We have it a fixed size and it's anchoring. Now, if that's not something you want, you could do things such as, again, layering panels. So we're not going to do this. We're going to keep this, but here's an example. Here's a horizontal box. So here's a box that lays things out left to right. We could put our text in here on the left side and our text right next to it. So now you have a horizontal box with 2 items in it. Your left, for example, could contain the words ammo, and the right could contain a count of 100. And now our box itself has individual settings in it. Again, our parent controls the layout of the children for how the items inside fit. So in here, it's set to auto. It's set to expand as much as possible. This one's set to auto, expand as much as possible. We could adjust that. Let's go ahead and change this box to the same settings we had here, 260 by 50. So we'll go 260 by 50. And let's go ahead and change this ammo here to the right. And we'll go ahead and change it to the center. And we'll tell it to fill. And this one, we'll change it to the top and the bottom center, but left align fill. So now, if we were to update these values inside of here, let's say we have 100 here, and we change it to 99, it's going to go to the right. We change it to 9, it's going to go to the right. And this ammo, because we're saying, hey, go to the left and stay to the left no matter what, it's going to stay to the left. And if we want to change our box itself, maybe something like this, we'll change this value to something like 910. You can notice we can lay out everything in a nice, easy fashion. Something like maybe that right there. And then no matter what happens, when our ammo value itself changes, it's going to stick to the right, and our word ammo is going to stick to the left. And then, of course, we could just anchor this to the bottom right. So that's an example of using parents and childs and layouts to organize the way your display is going to look.
Okay, I thought there might be a little more to it. I'm not seeing anything quite as powerful as UI tools from Unity. I hope that Unreal has that, or that they are working on it, because the CSS-like structure for the CSS-like, well, styling is really, really nice. It is fantastic. And I would love to see something like that here too, but we'll see.
Now that we have our basic UI created, so when we play, we can actually see things on the screen, we can collect things, or fire off our ammo, and our counts will go up or down. We want it to be a little bit more
Thinksy Cat. Gasp? What's a gasp? What's the gasp for?
presentation worthy. Traditionally, you're going to have an interactive element when you start up your project, be it a level selection or configuration. So let's go ahead and create a basic main menu. Let's close out our blueprint, and let's go ahead and make a new level. Let's go into our maps folder. We want a blank level, so we can right click and do level, or we can go to file, new level, and select empty level.
Oops. Oh. New level. Empty level. Saved maps. Map menu. They're probably gonna do something like that though. There we go. I think seriously something about CSS. Oh, yeah. Unity's UI toolkit uses effectively CSS. It's not exactly CSS, but it's bloody well close to it. I mean, it is CSS. It's just their own version of it, and it has a lot of the same controls. So Unity's UI toolkit with the CSS stuff is really well done, in my opinion. Because you can effectively put CSS labels, tags. I forgot the name of that. Brain. On elements, your UI elements, and then all of the settings. So like on here, all of these settings is like rotation, pivot, transform, padding, size, anything, any of these settings that are in here, you can put in a CSS sheet and a CSS rule. I mean, and then it's like, oh, hey, I want all of my buttons in the entirety of the game to have this class. That's the word I was looking for, class. I couldn't. My brain just forgot class. So you assign a class or multiple classes, and then it's like, oh, you know what? We're actually gonna change a style, and all you have to do is just swap out the CSS sheet if you wanted to completely change something. It's like, hey, your default buttons are always blue, but swap out this style sheet, and now they're all red because it's just CSS rules. It's super awesome. Like, it's CSS. It is really nice indeed. It is so nice. As opposed to, for example, if you wanted to, like if I wanted to make each of these labels, I want to go in and I want to change the color for all of these. I want this to be a standard color. The only way that I know how to do it in Unreal so far, but this might also be just a lack of knowledge because I am still just very new at learning, is I'd have to go in here and change each one of these individually. Go through, change them all, one at a time. And if you were a UI designer, that would probably make you cry. If you had to go through and change the color of all of your labels across your entire game, ow. As opposed to, like, oh, this particular shade of blue that we're using is not very I forgot the word. Just call it user friendly. We want to change it to this other shade of blue. It's like, all right, cool. I'm gonna go change the CSS rule. Done. Bam. This is like whatever you need to do. So I'm really hoping that Unreal has something like that. But so far I haven't seen anything even remotely. Actually, you know what? Just out of curiosity, let's dash our hopes and dreams right off the bat. It's Unreal UMG like Unity like toolkit CSS. So I'm trying to compare Unity's. Interesting. So apparently 5.0 did do some updates, but I don't know for what yet. Sprite assets, gonna show. Oh, 2023. This is too old. Well, no, 2023. Yeah, no, that's fine. My brain, I am starting to get fried. Here's Material Lab. Unreal same sort. Similarly, you can try the new Unity UI system that uses CSS or USS Unity style sheets. It is close to writing CSS shells for load applications. The newest version of Unity, the system should be able to be used in builds of games now. Yeah, Unity's Canvas system was not great. It was better than what they'd had before. I've used Unity long enough to go through 3 or 4 of their different UI systems. Neosys usually for Unreal and Unity is free for less than $100. Interesting. I wonder what that is. I don't think I want to delve into a third-party asset, though. I've been bitten by that in the past for UI stuff. Interesting. So, at first glance, I don't think that Unreal has an equivalent. Neogenesis GUI. Oh, Neosys, not Neogenesis. Neosys GUI. Anyway, so I'm going to be disappointed with that. That is definitely something that Unity has a massive plus on Unreal at the moment, because that UI system is so nice.
And this will give us a new blank level. Let's save it while we're here. So we'll hit Save All. And then we need to go to File, Save Current. Let's go to Maps. Let's go to Map _ Main Menu is what we're going to call it, and save it. Now we have a main menu that we can work in. Now, map that we can load up before our actual project itself. We're going to need a widget because we need something on the screen. So we'll go to our widgets folder, right-click, User Interface, Widget Blueprint. We'll name this one UMG Main Menu because it's our main menu, and we'll open it up. Now that we have it open, what are we going to put in it? We're going to make it simple. We'll have a background, and we'll have 2 buttons. If it open, main menu, because it's our main menu, and we'll open it up. Now that we have it open, our widgets folder, right-click, User Interface, Widget Blueprint. We'll name this one UMG Main Menu.
What? What did I miss? User interface. Which blueprint? I think it's just user widget. I don't know. Widget blueprint. Sure.
Menu, because it's our main menu, and we'll open it up. Now that we have it open, what are we going to put in it? We're going to make it simple. We'll have a background, and we'll have 2 buttons. We'll have a new game button, and we'll have a quit button.
Which, now that I'm realizing it, the fact that this has a canvas panel here effectively equates it to Unity's canvas system, which predates Unity's UI toolkit that introduced the CSS type structure, which was a godsend compared to a canvas system, in my opinion. It's a canvas system, it's okay, but it's not great. It's better than what was there before, but...
So if we go ahead and drag in a button, and drag in a button, and then we could drag in an image, and there we go. We're good to go. Well, let's do it a little more proper. Let's give ourselves an actual layout and use panels to make it look and function well on any display. I'm going to delete my image, but still stick with my buttons. Now, our buttons are going to be in the middle of the screen, and we're going to want them centered. And we're going to want them one on top of the other. So if we look at our panels, we have a vertical box. And a vertical box will lay out our children vertically. So we'll click on our first button, we'll right-click on it, wrap it with a vertical box, and that's going to go ahead and put that button into a vertical box. Now we could take the other button, drag it onto the vertical box, and now we have 2 buttons in our vertical box. Now they're a little squished, so let's take our vertical box and tell it to size to content.
box. Size to content, huh?
So that way our vertical box will fit those buttons in exactly like we want it. Our buttons are really plain right now, so let's put some text on them. So we'll find our text, drag that onto our button, or drag it onto the button itself in the UI.
Oh wow, buttons don't even have text built in. Not necessarily saying that's a bad thing, just surprising.
And you can see it updates. And now we have 2 buttons with text. We're good so far. Let's update our text to show it correctly. So we'll do new game. And then our second text block is going to say quit game.
Sure. Why not?
And there we go. Now we already know how we want to lay this out. We want it in the center, and we've done that before. So let's grab our vertical box, and let's anchor it to the middle, and let's set our alignment to the middle, so 0.5, 0.5, and let's set our position X and Y, or our offset, since we're using a middle anchor, to 0. And now we have everything centered in the middle. Still a little stiff. It still looks a little squished. So now we can adjust the settings for the items inside of our vertical box. So inside of there, we have our 2 buttons, and you can see we have things like padding and alignment. Let's center them, and let's give it some padding. Now padding...
There's another place where CSS would shine, because each of these internal buttons could have their own class, or have the same class. And it's like, oh, well, every button in this list, I want to have this much padding or alignment or whatever.
has the ability to pad it all around or individually. Let's give it something like 10 for padding. You'll notice we have an outline here.
What do they have selected? Oh, they have the button. Padding.
Here for our vertical box, we have our button in the middle of it, and then we have 10 unit padding all the way around the button. We could do the same with our other one. We'll do 10. And now it's a little better. We have actual space. We have a little bit of better looking to it. Let's go ahead and clean up our font a little bit. We'll go to here. We're going to change this from Roboto Bold to Roboto Light. We'll do the same thing with the other one. We'll go to the font, change it to Roboto Light. Now it looks a little better. We'll save and compile. We're good to go. Now we want an image in the background. We don't really have an image to use here, but if you select the image in the background, we want it to take up the entire screen, so we'll do anchors. In this case, you have the bottom right option here, which is basically going to fill
image
it all the way. These ones will fill along the sides, the middle, or the top, middle, and bottom, or the entire thing. You'll notice it now splits it apart, so it now takes over the entire thing. Of course, we do have our options here, which is why it doesn't look right. We don't have, for example, our offset set to 0, so that way it has no offset, top left. We don't have our offset right set to 0, so it goes there. And now we have an image taking up the entire screen. And if we needed to resize this, you'll notice it's going to stay the entire screen. So that's good. However, it's overriding everything. We kind of have an issue here. Well, we have a couple different options. We can use the Z order, so that's basically how far away it is drawn away from us to towards us, or we could put it in its own panel that's behind other things. In this case, we're just simply going to use the Z order. So if we collapse this vertical box, and we look, we have our canvas panel, which is the panel holding everything, and 2 children, a vertical box and an image. And if we look over here in the canvas panel, we have a Z order option. And like I said, it orders the way it's rendered, or farther away to closer. So if we set our background image here to a lower number, like -1000, it's going to go behind everything that is a higher number. In this case, our vertical box, which has our buttons in it, is a Z order of 0. So it's going to be drawn ahead of it. Let's make our image look a little bit better. Now, if you had a traditional picture, you could put it in here. You don't really have anything. I mean, we could do a big UE4 logo. There we go. We have a UE4 logo as our background. But traditionally, you use something a little better looking. Our vertical box itself is a little funky where it's at. It also doesn't really have a background. Doesn't really look right. Now, the cool thing about...
Okay, that's surprising. It's not taking into effect the order of this. I thought it would do that. How interesting. Or now it is. Ah, I'm so confused.
That is, you could put like a border back there or something else. But we're going to leave it like this. This is going to be our main menu. We have an image in the background using Z order. We have our buttons ready to go to be wired up to be used. And we have our canvas panel saying, hey, everything goes on our screen and will fit appropriately when we resize. Something you can do over here is rename things. So for example, this could be our main menu panel. This could be our button new game. This will be our button quit game. And then back here, we have our background image. You also have the ability to lock and hide things. So for example, if I lock the background image, I cannot accidentally select it and move it. I can only select things that are unlocked. Or if it's taking up too much space or we need to get to something else, we can hide it temporarily using the editor visibility. Once we actually load this up, it will still show. This is just for the editor.
Good to know.
Now that the visual component of our main menu is done, let's work on the code element. When we hit play for our main menu map, we're going to end up with two problems. One, our player's HUD is displayed, even though for some reason we don't have a player and it shouldn't be. And two, our main menu HUD is not displayed. So let's make our main menu show up because that's kind of the point of this. We're going to create our main menu using the system we did before, creating the widget and adding it to our viewport inside of our level blueprint. Now if we go to blueprints, open level blueprint,
Sucker.
we're going to open up the blueprint graph. Traditionally, you don't use the level blueprint for much, but because this is a sample project and it's a very small item we're creating, this is fine because it's more of a one-off event just to get it on the screen. On our begin play, let's do create widget, and let's select our existing widget, so our UMG main menu. Let's go and drag off our return value and add it to the viewport. And once this is done and we hit play, we should have our main menu on the screen. Now we still have our player HUD for some reason, so we need to fix that. Now our player's HUD is on the screen because our player is in the level. If we hit play, we look over here, you'll actually see that our character's in this level. But why is that? Well, the character itself is a default pawn, and the default pawn is controlled by the maps and modes and the game mode. If we go to edit, project settings, and we go to maps and modes, you'll find your default game mode. In here, the game mode first hour UMG. And if we expand the advanced menu, you'll see under default pawn, we have our first hour UMG. So for any map that's created, it's going to go ahead and automatically spawn in this character, but that's not what we want. So we need to create our own game mode that'll override the existing one. So if we go to our first hour UMG folder, we're going to create a new folder called Blueprints. And we're going to create a new game mode in there. Right click in the folder, go to Blueprint class, and choose game mode base. We're going to name this GM_main menu, which is a game mode for our main menu, and open it up. Once we have it open under class defaults, we have the different defaults for our game mode, and one of them is going to be our default pawn class. Change that to done. We don't want any pawn spawning at all. Once you've done that, you can save it and compile it and close it, and we're done with our game mode for now. Go back to the map for our main menu and open up your world settings. If you don't have them open, go to Window, World Settings, and then go down to our game mode override section. Change this to our game mode main menu and hit save. Now when we hit play, we get what we expected. We no longer have a character loaded up, and we have just our main menu. Of course, it doesn't do anything since we haven't hooked up anything, so
Doesn't do anything because I have errors. Blueprint compiler error. Oh. Go away. Let's try that again now, shall we? Hey look, we have things. Neat.
So we should probably do that now. Let's go ahead and stop that, and let's open back up our UMG for our main menu. Now, if you have your level blueprint open, you can go ahead and close it for now. We don't need it. Let's just clean up a little clutter. In our graph view, we have our events. We don't need any of our predetermined events. We're going to make custom events for when we click on the button. But how do we do that? Well, you notice we have as variables over here our buttons, even though we didn't actually tell them to be. Well, the engine knows if you made a button, you probably want to use it, or else why would you create a button? And as part of the button, we have our click event. So if we go back to our graph and click on any of our buttons, in our details panel, we have our events. These are events hooked up to these buttons when stuff happens. So on clicked, on pressed, released, hovered, and unhovered. In our case, we want on clicked. So click on new game for the variable, and on clicked will create a new event for whenever the button new game is clicked, and do the same thing for button quit game. We'll click on that, on clicked, and now we have two events for when these buttons are pressed. We're going to wire up the quit first because it's super simple. Drag out of the execute, type in quit game, and that's it. Whenever this button is pressed, the quit game node will be called, and the game quits. You can test it by hitting play, clicking quit game, and it quits. We're good to go there. The next thing is when we hit new game. So when we hit new game, we want another level or map to open up. And that one's pretty simple too. We'll drag off, we'll type open level, and this will open up a new level. In this case, we want to open up the other map. So if we go back into our content browser maps, We have our map first hour UMG. I'm going to write a new level. In this case,
Oh, open level? Open level. I'm guessing they did object reference.
we want to drag off. We'll type open level, and this will open up a new level. In this case, we want to open up the other map. So if we go back into our content browser maps, we have our map.
What is the other map I've been working with? Actually, I have no idea. Open level. That's right, because I started editing the base map. Probably this one. I have last update show 2. Okay, this is probably not that one. Yeah, save. Oh, it is this one, even though the last update was wrong. Okay. Let's go ahead. Where's the map? Built data? What is this? I don't know what that is. Sort of lighting quality thing. Interesting. Why do you have a reference to yourself? So these are all things that it is referencing. Question is, what about you? You have nothing. Okay, I don't think I care about you then. So I could arguably copy this. There we go.
Map, type open level, and this will open up a new level. In this case, we want to open up the other map. So if we go back into our content browser maps, we have our map first hour UMG. I'm going to right click and rename it so that way my name pops up as selectable. Control C to copy it. Go back into our blueprint. Control V to paste it. Now I know it's going to load up the correct map. We'll hit play to test it again. Hit new game.
That's the wrong asset. I need a level blueprint. This. Wait. Map main menu. UMG main menu. This is what I needed. This.
Now I know it's going to load up the correct map. We'll hit play to test it again. Hit new game. And there we go. We have a problem where my cursor is now on the screen, but my map did load up and we can use it. We also have a second issue. If we hit play and we don't click on these buttons, but we click on the background, now my mouse cursor is gone. That is all due to the input mode. There are 3 input modes in the engine. If we right click and type in input mode, we'll find input mode UI only, game only, and game and UI. By default, the default input mode is input mode game only, which means all the input from the mouse and controllers and peripherals and the keyboard go through the game itself. So usually your player controller or any other devices set to accept input, and it absorbs that input, which means your game viewport is going to take it and not your UI. But that's not what we want. We want our UI to take the input. So let's go ahead and fix that. So if we go to our widget itself in here for our main menu, when we leave here, we want our input mode set to game only. But when we load up this map, we want it to be set to UI only. So where do we load up this widget? What's our level blueprint? So go to blueprints, open level blueprint, and we have our existing code here. So we create our widget, put it on the screen, and now we want to change our input mode. So let's go ahead and set input mode to UI only. We don't have a player, so we don't need it to be set to game. and we'll go ahead and compile and save. Now this is going to want a player controller, or it's not going to work. So let's go and drag off, and we can type get player controller, or you could type get player controller and drag it on. Either one works. But now that it knows which player controller, which is the one that our player is going to be using when the project is running, it's going to set the input mode to UI only. So if we hit play again and we click in the background, well, I lose my cursor, but you'll notice my buttons are kind of highlighting. Well, that's because my UI has input, but my cursor is not being displayed. And that one's pretty simple. Set show mouse cursor. However, it's not going to show up. If we uncheck this, it'll show up. It's because it needs a player controller input. So if we actually drag off of our player controller and do set show mouse cursor, now it's going to show up. We'll go ahead and hook this up. And we want our mouse cursor to show, so we'll click that. Now we'll compile and save and hit play. We have our mouse cursor like before, but when I click on the background, it doesn't disappear and it works like we expected. We hit new game, we go into here. However, my cursor still shows up. And you can't tell, but I can't actually move my player anymore. Well, remember where I said we wanted to set it to UI mode when we're using the UI? Well, now we want to set it back to game mode when we're going to be using the game. So you don't want to put it after the open level, because once open level fires, nothing else could really be guaranteed to run. You're opening a new level. So let's set it before that. So the same thing as before. Let's copy this stuff out, and we'll paste it into our main menu and hook it up. However, we don't want the UI only, so we'll delete that, and we'll do set game only. So input mode game only. We'll hook that one up like that, and we'll go ahead and put this little guy right in between. Now we don't want the mouse cursor, so we'll uncheck that, and we'll compile and save and hit play. Mouse works properly on our main screen. New game works. I can move my character. We have no cursor. Everything works like we expected. So that's something important to note. You have 3 input modes. The UI one sends everything to our UI UMG elements. The game one sends everything through the game loop itself, primarily the player controller. And game and UI, which we haven't touched on yet, sends things to both the UI and the game, which is important when you need your actual game to take input like from your keyboard, but your UI to take things from like the mouse. In order to cover those, we're going to create an advanced menu. We're going to create a pause menu in the game so we can bring all of these things together and start wrapping things up.
Lols. I'm pretty sure I have an idea of how to already do this, but let's.
We are
Follow
at the
along.
point where we have a main menu. So if we hit play, we can interact with our main menu. We can quit or hit new game. And we're presented with our project, which now has a working UI that adjusts itself as we use ammo or health. However, we still have some messages in the top left screen. We have a win event, but no actual end screen. And we have no real way to restart our game if we get stuck or quit. So let's look at creating a pause menu, so something we can access inside of the project while it's actually running. Let's go back to our actual player map. So let's close down everything that's loaded up. We'll go to maps and then the first hour map. Now we need a player pause event. So we need something where when the player pushes a key, the pause menu will come up. To start off with, we're going to need to go to edit, project settings. We're going to need to go to input, and then we're going to need a new action mapping for pause.
This is in the wrong place. Okay. Show mouse. Can be bool, it's fine, and yeah, bool's fine on both of those.
So these mappings are when we push something on our keyboard or any other input event, something will happen. So we'll go to action mappings, add. Our new action mapping will now be called pause. Since we can't use the escape button during play in editor, I'm going to use the P key. So scroll down till we find the P for pause key. And that's it. Now we have a new event called pause that we can call. The problem now is, where do we put our pause menu? Our player HUD is inside of our player because it's uniquely tied to elements inside of our player, like their ammo and health. The main menu is tied to the level blueprint in the main menu because it doesn't really connect to anything else. But our pause menu isn't technically part of the level, but it isn't part of the player. We could create a new blueprint for it, but we need the input to go through somewhere. Now, all of your input when you're using the game will go through the player's controller, the player controller. So let's actually use...
This is a problem with my current setup. I need to change
this is. Let's say right shift. I could. I'll let it slide for now.
The player controller to implement our pause event. Now we need a new player controller, so let's go into blueprints. We're going to right click, go to blueprint class, and create a player controller. We'll call this one PC your first hour. And now we have a player controller that we can put code in and run our pause event. Now by default, it's not going to actually be hooked up. So let's go into our game mode for our first hour game mode right here, GM first hour UMG. And let's set our player controller class from player controller to PC underscore your first hour. We'll save this. Now if we run this and we look over here on the right, we can actually find that inside of here. PC your first hour. So now we know we're working with the correct player controller. Go back to blueprints, open up the player controller, and let's implement our event. So we're just going to use code. So let's go to the event graph. We don't need anything already by default. And we'll do pause. And we'll type in pause, and you'll end up with the input action event pause. And that's what we created. Now when this is pressed, we want something to happen. Well, this is pretty simple. We want to create our widget and then add it to our screen. But we don't have a widget created. Well, this one's actually pretty simple. Our main menu widget will work fine for our example here. It has the ability to restart by hitting new game and the ability to quit. So let's just do our main menu since we know it works. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll add it to our viewport. And now we have a pause menu that we can pull up.
What is the
We'll add it to our, so let's just do our main menu since we need to restart by
construct? Class construction. Construct object from class. There we go.
hitting new game and the ability to quit. So let's just do our main menu since we know it works. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll add it to our viewport. And now we have a pause menu that we can pull up. So if we go ahead and hit play, we can move our character around. We can hit P, and now we'll add it to our viewport. And now we have a pause menu that
Add the viewport, right? Viewport. Turn value. Outer. So how did they do that? Was that something?
action event pause. And that's what we created. Now when this is pressed, we want something to happen. Well, this is pretty simple. We want to create our widget. When this is pressed, we want something to happen. Well, this is pretty simple. We want to create
widget. But I don't. Oh, now it shows up. You little bugger. Very confused of why that was different for me. I tried typing that. Didn't. Oh, I was typing construct.
our widget and then add it to our screen. But we don't have a widget created. Well, this one's actually pretty simple. Our main menu widget will work fine for our example here. It has the ability to restart by hitting new game and the ability to quit. So let's just do our main menu since we know it works. So we'll go ahead and do that. We'll add it to our viewport. And now we have a pause menu that we can pull up. So if we go ahead and hit play, we can move our character around. We can hit P, and now we have a menu on the screen. However, as you notice when we're running around, well, the game's not paused and we can run around. However, move our character, we have a pause. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Oh, I didn't
We'll add it to our
map up
viewport.
the target.
And now we have a pause menu that we can pull up. So if we go ahead and hit play, we can move our character around. We can hit P, and now we have a menu on the screen. However, as you notice,
I'm an idiot. I may have bound that to escape, which also happens to by default close the game in the editor. So, probably not the wisest of ideas. How about we rebind that? P sounds great for now. I did not mean to close you. I'm just hitting escape all over the place. Okay, you go away, go away, go away, play. Yep. Cool.
when we're running around, well, the game's not paused and we can run around. That seems really silly. Now, there's a couple things we can do here. We could set our input mode to UI only. So let's try that. Get player controller, because we're going to set the UI mode. So set UI mode to UI only, like that.
It's not going to pause the game.
And then we're going to go ahead and show the mouse cursor, because we know we need that. If we don't, we can't actually click on anything. So set show mouse cursor. We'll hook that up. We'll hit play. We'll compile and save. Now when we run it, our character can aim and look. We hit P to pause. Now we have our interface. The arrow keys no longer work. The mouse no longer works to look. And all of the input is going to the user interface. So that's great. The game's not actually paused because you can see it running in the background. But we have a good, nice pause menu working. We could hit new game and it'll restart. Or we could go ahead and hit quit game and it'll quit out. But we want to actually pause this because we don't want our character to die, for example, in the middle of the project. And we want to stop everything from processing. That one's pretty simple. There's a pause game node. Set game paused. And if we enable that, and we do paused, then the game itself is going to pause. So we'll hit this, we'll hit P, you'll notice nothing's spinning, and we're good to go. Now we have an issue here. How do we get out of the pause menu? What if we just accidentally pushed it? Well, the P button doesn't work, and we have no return or anything. Now we could set up our user interface to have a close button, or we could make it where our game and our UI both accept input. Going back here to the input mode UI only, if we unpause this, so we'll unhook the set game pause, and we hit play, even though the game's no longer paused, the P key no longer unpauses or pauses this menu here because input is only going to the UI and our action inputs. So this pause button here only works when it's in the game input. So let's change this to set input mode game and UI. We'll go ahead and hook these back up for the player controller like this, show cursor, and we'll run this. Now we can move around. We can hit the P key. We can interact with our menu. However, you'll notice we can still fire and we can unpause this if needed. Now you notice it's not really unpausing. If you kind of notice that when we were running this, the pause menu here is getting darker and darker. Well, what's happening is every single time we hit pause, we are creating a new widget and adding it to the viewport. We're not actually checking to see if we have an existing widget. We're not actually checking to see if we're paused. We're not doing any of that stuff. So in the next video, we're going to look at more advanced features for the interface, such as how do we run these events when things are paused? And how do we make sure we don't duplicate our user interface elements if we already have one on the screen? The current problem we're running into is we're recreating our widget every single time we hit the pause button, and we need to stop that. Now there's two ways of doing this. You can check to see if that widget exists, which is the way we're going to do. Or maybe you just set a Boolean somewhere that says, hey, is pause menu showed or is pause menu not showed? Or, I mean, you could even check to see if we're using this pause thing if is game paused. The easiest way is to actually just check for validity. So whenever we push this pause button, we're going to check and see if this menu is created. In order to do that, we need a reference to it. So we're going to drag off of this and promote it to a variable. We're going to call this one the pause UI reference. We'll unhook these wires and hook this up in between like that. And then we'll go ahead and do everything we had before, except we now have a reference. Now to check and see if a reference is valid, well, we use the isValid node. We'll get our pause UI reference. We'll type isValid, and we'll end up with two nodes. They both work the same. They just are different functionally. We're going to use the top one just because it makes things easier and hook that one in and go like this. Now this is technically backwards. We're going to say, hey, pause. Do we already have a UI up? If so, create a new one. So we're actually going to want to switch that. So we'll go like this, UI up. If so, create a new one. So we're actually going to want to switch that. So we'll go like this, drag this down, unhook it from here, and hook it up here. So now, no, we don't have a valid pause UI reference. So let's go ahead and create a new one, create a reference, and add to the viewport. We're good. The next one is, well, do we have one already? Well, if we do have one already,
Oh, I see. I'm a derp. This goes here. This goes here. Dude, what in the world are you? There you go. That's weird.
UI reference. So let's go ahead and create a new one, create a reference, and add to the viewport. We're good. The next one is, well, do we have one already? Well, if we do have one already, let's go ahead and hide the one that's on the screen. So let's grab this one right here, our get pause UI reference, and we're going to remove it from the parent. So this will remove it from wherever it's at currently. So if it's got an existing parent, it removes it from it. If the parent is the viewport, which it is in this case, it'll remove it from there. Now, once it's removed, it still exists. Remember, we can create and add. So just because we removed it doesn't mean we uncreated it. So the next thing we're going to want to do is set this right here to nothing. So if we grab our pause UI reference and we set it to nothing, that means our UI reference is now referring to nothing, and this is going to invalidate itself and be removed later on. We can hook this up here like this, and now we have some code which will basically go, hey, do we have the UI on the screen? If so, remove it. Do we not have the UI on the screen? Then create it. And then let's go ahead and set up our if it. Do we not have the UI on the screen? Then create it. And then let's go ahead and set up our input mode so that way we can actually work with the UI. We're going to hook our pause node. If so, remove it. Do we not have the UI on the screen? Then create it. And then let's go ahead and set up our input mode so that way we can actually work with the UI. We're going to hook our pause node back up here, and we're going to test it.
Mouse cursor. Well, that's going to be wrong because it's not unpausing. So
We'll hit
like
play.
you're not actually
Okay, everything looks
unpausing
good.
it.
We'll hit pause. Everything's paused. We'll hit the P key, and nothing works. Well, the reason for that is when it's paused, input's paused as well. However, if we go back to our input node here, there's a nice little checkbox that says execute when paused.
Oh, really? But that's all input. So I don't know if that's going to be relevant to me.
We'll
But
check that. We'll compile and save and try it again. Our character can move. We'll pause. We have our interactive UI. We'll hit the P key again, and you'll notice we can now have our UI disappear. We'll hit P, and now every time we hit P, our user interface toggles. We're only keeping one active.
yeah,
You did know
you're not
small
unpausing
issue.
though.
We never really unpause the game, so that's a small
Correct.
problem. So right here, we don't want to go back to pausing the game or showing the mouse cursor. We kind of want to do the opposite. So let's move this down. This is only going to be exclusive if we need to create it. We want to do the opposite. So this should be pretty simple. Grab our player controller. Let's move this up a little bit so we have a little more room. Put our player controller here. What is our default input mode? Well, our default input mode is game only. So
I forgot to add these. I'm just going to duplicate it for now. We can clean it up a little bit later. I've got that there and there. We can fix that. But okay. Get that to that. This go down here. This be just game mode. There.
let's set it back to game only, like that. And what is our cursor status? Well, we want it to be unvisible. And what's our game pause status? We want it to be unpaused.
Unvisible?
So let's grab those nodes. We'll paste them and move them over. Hook our player controller back up. no longer show the mouse cursor, no longer pause the game. We'll compile and save, and we'll hit play. We can move around. We can P to pause. Everything's paused. We have nothing going on.
I don't want to P to pause.
We can hit the P key to unpause. And look, everything's working again. And we could just spam our P key as much as we want to continually pause and unpause.
Mine's not
and
working.
that is our basics of our pause menu working.
Lexi Cat, unvisible, yes. I definitely botched something up. Because I put this in here. We'll just basically negate that condition for the moment. Still fail. Okay. Which I think has to do with what it was saying, where it's not going to recognize the firing because the event is, well, no, because this is still here. What did I miss? Set input mode, game and UI. Set widget to focus. Did I miss that? I can't see. Oh, that is 1080.
And of our pause menu working. Basics of our pause menu.
Oh, select asset widget to focus. Do not hide cursor during.
Okay, I've never seen that word before because it's so invisible. The thing about that though is they were meaning to be visible. So it's not that there's invisible and then there's unvisible, because it is visible. I don't know. That was a silly little slip up. It happens, but still, I'm being teasing about it. But I am clearly doing something wrong. I'm not sure what yet. Show mouse. My show mouse cursor doesn't have that. Says again, some of this is going to be version differences, because they're using 4, I'm using 5. So I wonder if I mentioned it. Trigger when pause. It's just sitting here. That's where. Okay. Now let's try that. Let's go back. And well, it is working. I just yeah. How about we change this to a pressed, released, press and released, released, hold and release, press and release. Press is fine. Look, I'm keying to pause. I don't know if I can do that on stream. That's very inappropriate.
Of our pause menu working and how you would work with an existing UI element. This part here is important in regards to working with an existing element because the creation and destruction of UI elements takes up resources. Since we don't plan on our player using the pause menu often, it's okay to go ahead and create it and destroy it. But what if it's a UI element that gets toggled often? Let's say you're using like an inventory, or you have a heads-up display that can be visible or invisible. Well, then you may simply want to remove it from the parent.
Okay, that time they used invisible in the not visible.
But not get rid of the invisible. Well, then you may simply want, or you have a heads-up display that can be visible or invisible. Well, then you may simply want to remove it from the parent, but not get rid of the reference.
Derpy. It's entirely possible as a regional or what's the word I'm looking for? Language difference. So if you're coming from a different language, then I could see easily having learned something like that. But
It sit there, just hidden basically. And then you can bring it back later if you want by simply adding it back to the viewport. So you don't set it to nothing, you would just simply add it back to the viewport. Now, our next issue is going to be the fact that when we hit pause, our player UI is still displayed. We want a nice clean pause screen. So let's see about toggling that. Since we already have things set up, let's easily toggle things on and off. So we'll go ahead and close down this right here. And we're going to want it where when we pause, we toggle the HUD elements off. Now, in order to do that, we actually need to somehow talk to the player UI reference again and tell it to hide those UI elements. Well, in our player, we have a reference to the player UI. So that's simple enough. Let's create a new event where we can toggle our interface on and off. So let's grab our player UI reference, and let's go ahead and get the text ammo, for example, and let's set its visibility to hidden. And let's do the same thing. Player UI, we will get the health text right here, and we will set its visibility to hidden. And then our last thing is going to be the crosshair. Well, unfortunately, our crosshair is not actually visible right now, so that's not going to work. Also, it seems kind of silly to do this, turning individual things on and off when we could just turn the entire thing on and off. Why don't we do that? Kind of like how we mentioned before in terms of removing and adding to the viewport. So here's our player UI reference. Let's remove it from the parent whenever this event's called, or let's add to the viewport if we want to add it back in. So now we need some way of calling this. So for example, we can do a custom event. We could do toggle HUD on. We could do a custom event called toggle HUD off. And whenever we call these, we're going to either toggle them on or off. We should probably put them in the correct order here like this. So toggling on and toggling off. So now if we got a hold of our player and we called toggle HUD off, it'll remove our HUD from the parent. If we call toggle HUD on, it'll add to the viewport. Since we're always keeping a reference to that UI after we've created it, it's going to keep it basically hidden from the player. Let's go back to our player controller.
better yet, instead of on and off having two totally different things, why don't we add an input? Visible. Branch. This go here or go there. Neat. I'm sure there's going to be some more stuff going on, but
To keep it basically hidden from the player. Let's go back to our player controller right here. And now let's toggle it on and off. So in this case, we are removing our pause menu. So we want to toggle it on. So let's go ahead and get the player character. Let's cast it to my first hour.
now I'm confused. So they set oh, okay. They did this in the UMG. This here. Oh, no custom. Oh, this isn't the bloody event graph. Event. Toggle. So this is just straight up the UI in here, so it's just toggle UI. Let's do. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Oh god, it's getting late. Okay. Then this is what they were saying. Now I need to go to the controller. Player character. Cast to character first UMG. But that's going to be. I don't know what you're
character,
getting at.
because he's the one who's controlling this event. So we'll go ahead and make it pure again so that way we don't have to hook it up. And then we're going to drag over here. There we go. And we're going to toggle HUD on. So whenever we remove the pause menu, we put the HUD on. Let's copy this code here.
UMB third person controller. The player controller. Technically, this is wrong, as I shouldn't be doing it this way, but, wait, no, this is the controller. Wait, what? I'm so confused. What am I doing? This. I need this. No, no, that's the pause. Aye, brain! G debug settings. This. VT toggle UI. That's what I'm trying to do. Thank you. Okay, now this. Slap this onto here. But we only have one there. So how would I combine those two into one thing? So no matter what, I want to come here, and then I want either of them. It's a bloody or thing. That. This. Question is, this isn't going to get executed, so I have no idea how that's actually going to function from a blueprint standpoint. Like, logically, I completely understand what I'm trying to do. I just want this value. I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen.
So whenever we remove the pause menu, we put the HUD on. Let's copy this code here, paste it, and move it over, and we will toggle HUD off. So whenever we put the pause menu on the screen, we're toggling our HUD off. Compile, save, and play. Now we should have our HUD. We'll hit pause.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not happy. Okay, well, just for kicks, let's just do a full-on duplication of this and see if... Yeah, I don't even need to do that. We're just going to do this. Dupe that. If it's paused, we don't want it visible. If it's unpaused, we want it visible. You go here. Okay, now are you happy? Arguably, I have no way to know if that actually works because this image is a little too big.
can I set the alpha on this? Yeah, there we go. That should work. Okay, so it's clearly it is not working. Go back to the blueprint controller. Event toggle. That should be happening. Okay. So I'm going to go, oh, we have a error here. Right, because this isn't caching. It's, wait, where did they? It's creating a storage. No, I needed that on. That would. This would be on the. I'm so confused. Wouldn't this be on the controller? Because you're not. I'm very confused. UMG settings. Okay, where did they put this?
Let's say you're using, because the creation and then you can bring, since we already have the player UI. So right here, and we will set its visibility. So it seems, so here's our player UI reference.
So they're in the character.
Let's remove it from the parent whenever this event's called. So now we need some way of calling this. So for example, we can do a custom event. We could do toggle HUD on. We could do a custom event called off. So now if we got a hold of our player, it'll add to the view. It's going to keep right here our pause menu. So we want to toggle it on.
Now they're in the player controller. Why are they toggling a HUD on their character instead of just straight up on the player controller? Oh. I suppose that makes sense. Because if you suddenly took over a different character, then your HUD would be... That is okay. Okay, I still don't like that they're slapping it on the character. Because what if the character is taken over by an AI? Then you don't need the HUD showing there. So it'd be silly. But I get the idea. I get the principle. Okay. So I don't want it here. I don't want it on the player controller. But I do for now because that's all that I have. Yeah. Those are going to go away. This is still going to be there though, because VT WI, why are you failing? Oh, right, because I don't care about that. That's, yeah. Yeah, this is not what I want, but I'll deal with it. think I get the principle. That's still wrong, but... Oh. Pause UI ref. Huh. It's fine for now. That does that. That does that. Okay, that's good enough for that at the moment. Toggle UI. Right, they got rid of this stuff up here.
To our player controller right here. And now let's toggle it on and off. So in this case, we are removing our pause menu. So we want to toggle it on. So let's go ahead and get the player character.
Oh, they didn't remove
Let's
that.
cast it to my first hour character because he's the one who's controlling this event. So we'll go ahead and make it pure again so that way we don't have to hook it up. And then we're going to drag over here. There we go. And we're going to toggle HUD on. So whenever we remove the pause menu, we put the HUD on. Let's copy this code here, paste it, and move it over. And we will toggle HUD off. So whenever we put the pause menu on the screen, we're toggling our HUD off. Compile, save, and play. Now we should have our HUD. We'll hit pause. You notice our HUD has now disappeared. We will unpause, and our HUD comes back. Now we have a nice clean pause menu by toggling the HUD. Unpause, have our HUD. We'll hit here, toggling, and we will toggle HUD off. So whenever we put the pause menu on the screen, we're toggling our HUD off.
Oh, because we were unsetting this. I didn't see them clear that connection. Okay, that part's fine. Now this part should also... valid. I... Oh. Oh, right. Because this isn't supposed to be valid. This is... Dude, what the heck logic? I didn't even see them change some of this logic.
So toggling on and toggling off. So now if we got a hold of our player,
Like, I know what I need
call
to
toggle
do,
HUD
but
off,
I didn't
it'll
see
remove
him
our HUD
do
from
it.
the parent. If we call toggle HUD on, it'll add to the viewport. Since we're always keeping a reference to that UI once we've created it, it's going to keep it basically hidden from the player. Let's go back to our player controller right here. And now let's the player. Let's go back to our player controller right here.
Yeah, so they're still setting it to nothing. What the?
And now let's toggle it on and off. So in this case, we are removing our pause menu. So we want to toggle it on.
I left it
so
all
let's
there.
go ahead and get the player character. Let's cast it to my first hour character because he's the one who's controlling this event. So we'll go ahead and make it pure again so that way we don't have to hook it up. And then we're going to drag over here. There we go. And we're going to toggle HUD on. So whenever we remove the pause menu, we put the HUD on. Let's copy this code here, paste it, and move it over. And we will toggle HUD off. So whenever we put the pause menu on the screen, we're toggling our HUD off. Compile, save, and play. Now we should have our HUD. We'll hit pause. You notice our HUD has now disappeared. We will unpause, and our HUD comes back. Now we have a nice clean pause menu. By
What? That logic that you're showing shouldn't work, or I missed something severe. What?
toggling the HUD. And we toggle the HUD by simply removing from the parent and adding to the viewport
I want to see your
that player
blueprint.
UI that we created initially in our character. Because when you create the widget, it still stays in memory even if it's not visible. And that is important to remember. That is also why we had to set the reference to our pause menu to nothing.
But that's recreating it every time. And then we're just adding to viewport here. What?
So that way it would remove it from memory later on. At this point in time, we have almost everything finished. We have a working pause.
They'd completely unhook this entire
set
section or
reference to
something? I can't see what's over
our
here.
pause menu to nothing, so that way it would remove it from memory later on. At this point in time, we have almost everything.
Maybe they aren't even calling that section. Maybe that's what I missed. Maybe they completely are bypassing this entirely. And toggle UI. Input actions, yeah. Okay, so on a whim, we push this into here, this into that. It's never going to get set because we're not actually setting it. So it's not created here. So they had to have, because otherwise they don't ever create it. I'm so confused. Next, now we're just going to get false because it doesn't exist. What the bloody heck did they do? I want to get back to the point where that set goes back in. I'm very confused. Oh, I'm being an idiot. Because I'm... Okay. I don't know why I did that. Yeah. This isn't supposed to be the pause menu. God, I'm such a derp. Yeah, player UI ref. Where did I set that? Did I? I don't think I ever set that up. But I had to have shown it. Where did I start to show it? Play, show debug UI. UMG debug settings. Oh, it's this. Oh my god, is that why I'm being such a dirt? Not quite. Remove from parent and report. Hmm. Hmm. Hit it once. And only once. So it's not that it's duplicating. Oh, interesting. All of the checkboxes get reset. That's really interesting. Oh, wait, wait. All the checkboxes are getting reset. Oh. I have it. I do have it being displayed from somewhere else. Yeah. I started to show it. Where? I think it's turned now. Where did I put that? I forgot where I put it again. Wasn't here. No. Wasn't there. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, think. There was a constructor somewhere. Level. It was level. It was level blueprint. Wasn't this one though. Wait, but it wasn't this one. It was the other one. But then why would it be showing up? Because we aren't loading that level. Dragons, maybe I put it in the game? No. So I have this here. But why would... No, because this is showing the main menu asset. That's not relevant. Oh, right. I gotta remember about that feature. Let's go back to here. Widgets. Preference viewer. Maybe Dragon's game mode. You are in the game mode. Why are you in the game mode? Press asset. Edit. But you don't have anything. Copy. Dragon's game map. Game session show third person player state. On. Oh, these. Reference. Oh, I'm so confused. Wait, why do you reference? What are you referencing this for? PP game mode. It's referencing UMG. Where's that coming from? I have no idea. What the heck? It's not a game menu. Don't care about the pause menu. UMG main menu. Maybe Dragon game mode. It's not coming from here. I mean, this is got the player controller class, but that shouldn't matter. It's not gonna duplicate it. Whoops. Oh, crud. How do I show the details thing I just closed? Details. Yeah. Alright, there's gotta be something I'm missing. That's not relevant. That was just me testing something. I don't do it here, right? I mean, I do, but... Or wait, no. No, I don't. Not here. Yeah, that's rotation, adjusting. That's all the trotting stuff. That's the debug. That's on landed. I need to put a comment around that. That's every tick. It's definitely not going to be there. What the heck? So I already know if I turn this off,
still gets shown. But that doesn't make any sense. Oh, why is... Excuse me? What? Okay. What did I do that is suddenly making this work? I don't remember changing anything that would suddenly make this work. I have no idea. It is interesting, though, that we, the very first time, it does not hide things, which means it's a little something wrong with our logic. Because... No. That's true. Lisa Cat, TFW, TFW. You upgrade a bunch of items at once, but the game gives you a 5-second pop-up for each item you upgraded. Oh. You have fun with that. Hope it wasn't like 100 of them. It'll be there a while. Okay, very first time I run it, it's going to go to the bottom section, which is exactly what I expected. It might have been 100 of them. Good luck with that! That's true, it's visible. False. Branch. Oh. No. Wait, where does this get set? Find references. You get set way up here. So yeah, you are set. Wow. No. My logic is backwards. But then why was it working? Oh, there we go. It's just a simple derpy logic backwards thing. I'm a bandit idiot. Okay, so now I want to do one more thing before I call it. Let's see, I should be able to do this pretty quick. Oh wait, I show mouse. There should already be one around. Oh, maybe not. I thought there was. Oh, it is here. You can have more than one of these? Oh. Huh. Neat. I've already forgotten what it's called. Set game mode. Show mouse cursor. Show mouse cursor. And actually, I'm going to go ahead and full on branch this. Do a little bit of logic. Set game mode, game and UI. Set game mode only. It's false. Which this actually can still be here.
Oh, it's gone all the way over there. Oops. Oh, whoa. Not player controller player is show. Set input game ready to player controller. Oh. Okay. Get player controller. Get player controller. You go away, please. Thank you. Completed. Cancelled. I don't think that's going to matter. I don't need it ongoing. But I'm also thinking this might be a... This gets tricky. Because while I do want it to still have some semblance, like for this particular thing that I'm doing, now probably not, but say that I'm moving around, I got my mouse controller. Oh. Whoa. Huh. Alright, well, I'll figure that out later. And then I do my toggle. Ooh. Completed, started. Oh, that's weird. Huh. Okay, I think we're gonna do... Try that. No. Hmm. I don't think my brain can quite do what I need to do at the moment, but because I don't think I want just straight up UI only. I mean, it would probably work for the moment. Started. I'm going to cancel too. Yeah, it's super interesting. It totally breaks like that, but okay. I want to completely disable this. There's an experimental feature you can turn on, but I don't remember how to do it. That's alright. I'm just going to do this.
branch. Get show mouse cursor. Actually, no, I don't even care about that. All I care about is this. Ah! Seriously? That to that to this. Goes to there. Goes to that. There we go. Right. This isn't triggered, it is completed. Because otherwise it just fires all the time. Okay. That's very odd. Huh. Well, I just accidentally did something. Neat. So currently, cursor is not showing and it is in game mode only. Then I click a button and it goes into game and UI mode, which is actually still allowing me to do the mouse movements inside of the game, but I have to click to do it. So it's reminding me of old I mean, it might even be current MMO style things, where it's like, okay, I'm moving around, and I've got. Actually, let me turn on some of these other options. Oh yeah, I never set up something so the camera would actually turn with you, but so it's like, all right, so I've got my mouse, and say I got a whole bunch of hotkeys down here, and I'm doing my MMO thing, clicking hotkeys and doing actions and casting spells or whatever it is, special abilities with timers and stuff. You got your whole hotbar down here, so you really want to interact with the UI a lot. But you come into here and you click on like a right click and drag to change your camera or something by holding the mouse button down. which is what's happening. So if I click into the window and I start moving, then it's firing the rotation, which is interesting. Neat. However, this isn't actually firing back, but I don't think I even wrote the code to try and do that. So these checkboxes aren't actually doing anything. Also, the fact that I can't click these as labels, it's like I want to just click this as a label to that checkbox. So that's something to figure out. But it's not happening tonight. I am really tired and brain fried. So I'm starting to make stupid mistakes a lot. And so, thanks for hanging out. As always, be well, be safe, be yourself, be kind, be all the good things. Have a great rest of your day.